He laughed in my face when I caught him. Called me pathetic in front of his friends. Said I should be grateful a man like him even looked at me. That laugh, cruel, mocking, echoing in that crowded restaurant, was supposed to break me. Instead, it woke something up. Something he'd never see coming. Because while Trevor Harrison thought he was untouchable, he forgot one critical detail: his boss doesn't tolerate disrespect. Especially not toward the woman who just became his most valuable asset. My name is Simone Carter, and this is the story of how my boyfriend's biggest mistake became my greatest triumph. The morning it all fell apart started like every other Thursday in my carefully constructed life. I woke at 5:47 a.m. in my studio apartment in Brooklyn, 3 minutes before my alarm, because my body had learned that those extra minutes of stolen sleep weren't worth the anxiety of oversleeping. The radiator clanked its metallic symphony while I pulled on my running clothes, the same routine I'd followed for 2 years since moving to New York City. I was 26, a junior account manager at Sterling & Cross Marketing, and I was tired. Not the kind of tired that sleep fixes, but the bone-deep exhaustion that comes from constantly trying to prove you deserve to exist in spaces that weren't built for you. As a black woman in a predominantly white corporate environment, I'd learned to make myself palatable. Hair always straightened into a sleek ponytail, makeup flawless but natural, clothes expensive enough to signal competence but not so bold as to seem aggressive. My boyfriend Trevor loved that about me, or so I thought. "You're not like other girls, Simone," he'd said on our third date, 9 months ago. "You're classy, elegant. You know how to carry yourself." At the time, I'd taken it as a compliment. Now, running past the still dark brownstones of my neighborhood, my breath-forming clouds in the February cold, I wondered why I'd never questioned what other girls he was comparing me to. Trevor Harrison was everything I thought I wanted. White, 32, senior marketing director at Sterling & Cross, my workplace, though we'd met at a company mixer rather than directly through work. He had the kind of confidence that came from never being questioned, never having to prove his right to be in a room. Tall, with sandy brown hair he wore slightly longer than corporate standard, wire-rimmed glasses that made him look intellectual, and a smile that could charm anyone. "You're going to marry that man," my mother had said when I first showed her his picture, her voice warm with approval from her home in Atlanta. "He's got a good job, good family. You did well, baby." I'd wanted to believe her. God, how I'd wanted to believe that I'd finally done something right, finally chosen correctly, finally earned my place at the table where women like me were supposed to be grateful just to get a chair. By 7:15 a.m., I was showered and standing in front of my closet's modest selection of work clothes. I chose a navy blue sheath dress, safe, professional, forgettable, and the pearl earrings Trevor had given me for Christmas. As I fastened them, I caught my reflection in the mirror. Pretty in an understated way, professional, composed. Perfect. Except I didn't feel perfect. I felt like I was disappearing. My phone buzzed with a text from Trevor: "Can't do lunch today. Client meeting ran over. Dinner at Marcello's tonight? 8 p.m. Wear something nice." Something nice. I looked down at my dress, already pressed and hanging on the bathroom door. When had something nice started to feel like a uniform I wore to please him rather than myself? I shook off the thought. Trevor was busy. He had important clients, a demanding schedule. I was lucky he made time for me at all. That's what I told myself as I carefully applied my makeup, erasing the dark circles under my eyes, evidence of another night spent waiting for him to text back. The subway ride to Midtown Manhattan was packed as always, bodies pressed together in that forced intimacy of morning commutes. I stood wedged between a man whose cologne was overwhelming and a teenager with headphones leaking tinny music, scrolling through my phone. Trevor's Instagram story showed him at a breakfast meeting, with the client who was apparently a young blonde woman laughing at something he'd said, her hand resting casually on his arm. My stomach tightened, but I forced myself to scroll past. I was being paranoid. Insecure. All the things Trevor gently accused me of being when I asked too many questions. Sterling & Cross occupied floors 15 through 20 of a gleaming glass tower that reflected the morning sun like a beacon. I'd been working here for 3 years, fighting my way up from assistant to junior account manager, every promotion a battle to prove I wasn't a diversity hire. My cubicle was small but meticulously organized, a single photo of my parents, a succulent plant that somehow survived despite the fluorescent lighting, and stacks of campaign briefs that never seemed to shrink. "Morning, Simone," chirped Ashley from the neighboring cubicle, her blonde ponytail bouncing with enthusiasm that seemed impossible before 9 a.m. "Did you finish the Peterson proposal? I'm totally drowning." Sent it to you last night, I replied, logging into my computer. I'd stayed until 9 p.m. finishing it because Trevor had cancelled our dinner plans, again, claiming he needed to prepare for today's meeting. You're a lifesaver. Seriously, how do you do it all? Job, relationship with Trevor, and you still look flawless every day. I'd be a mess. I smiled the smile I'd perfected, grateful, modest, unthreatened. Just organized, I guess. What I didn't say was that doing it all meant sacrificing sleep, hobbies, friendships, and increasingly, my sense of self. That looking flawless meant spending an hour each morning hiding who I really was beneath layers of acceptable presentation. That my relationship with Trevor felt less like partnership and more like an audition I was perpetually failing. The morning crawled by in a blur of emails, conference calls, and revisions to campaigns I'd already revised 5 times. By noon, my stomach was growling, but I'd planned to have lunch with Trevor. Since that was cancelled, I grabbed my wallet and headed toward the elevator, planning to get a salad from the place downstairs that made them oversized enough to be filling but healthy enough to fit Trevor's comments about watching my figure. The elevator doors opened on the 19th floor, executive level, somewhere I rarely ventured. And there, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Manhattan skyline, was a man I'd only seen in company-wide emails and the occasional elevator ride, Julian Cross. He was in his early 50s, though you'd never know it from the way he carried himself. Standing at least 6'3", with silver-threaded dark hair swept back from a face that was all sharp angles and quiet intensity, Julian Cross was the kind of man who didn't need to announce his presence. Rooms rearranged themselves around him. His pocket as he spoke quietly into his phone. I'd heard the stories, of course. Self-made billionaire who'd built Sterling & Cross from a 2-person startup 20 years ago into one of the most prestigious marketing firms in New York. Notoriously private, rarely seen at company events, known for being brilliant and absolutely unforgiving of mediocrity. He was also, according to office gossip, recently divorced from his second wife and determinedly single. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second as I stepped onto the elevator. His were grey, not the soft grey of a cloudy sky, but the sharp grey of steel. He gave the barest nod of acknowledgement before returning to his call, and I pressed the button for the lobby with trembling fingers, suddenly hyper-aware of my department store dress and sensible heels. The doors were closing when his voice cut through, "Hold that, please." I jabbed the button, and Julian Cross stepped into the elevator beside me, still on his phone but now facing forward. He smelled like expensive cologne, cedar and something crisp I couldn't name, and he radiated the kind of quiet power that made the spacious elevator feel suddenly intimate. "I don't accept excuses, Michael," he was saying, his voice low but firm. "I accept solutions. Have the revised numbers on my desk by 3, or we're having a different conversation." He ended the call without waiting for a response. The silence stretched as we descended. I kept my eyes on the floor numbers ticking downward, very aware that I was alone with a man who could end my career with a word. "You're Simone Carter." It wasn't a question. I looked up, startled, to find him watching me with those unsettling grey eyes. "Yes, sir. How did you?" "The Harrison account proposal. You wrote it." My mind raced. Trevor had presented that proposal 3 weeks ago, taking credit for what I'd spent 2 months developing. He'd promised to mention my contribution, but apparently, it was collaborative. I managed, the lie tasting bitter. Trevor Harrison led the... No, he didn't. Julian's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe, or disgust. I've read enough of Harrison's work to recognize his style. That proposal was yours. The research depth, the demographic analysis, the creative approach, that was you. The elevator reached the lobby. The doors opened, but neither of us moved. "Why did you let him take credit?" Julian asked. "Because Trevor said it would be better for both our careers if he presented it. Because I trusted him. Because I'd been taught that being a team player meant making others look good. Because I was afraid that claiming my own work would make me seem difficult, aggressive, not a team player." My voice faltered. "It's complicated." Julian studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he stepped out of the elevator, holding the door with one hand. "Ms. Carter, complicated is a word people use when they're accepting less than they deserve. I've built my career on simplicity, do excellent work, demand recognition for it, never apologize for your value. He released the door and walked away, leaving me standing in the elevator as it began to close again. I made it to the salad place, but I couldn't taste anything I ate. Julian Cross's words echoed in my head, mixing with the growing unease I'd been pushing down for months to do excellent work, demand recognition for it, never apologize for your value. When was the last time I demanded anything? When was the last time I'd believed I had value beyond what I could do for others? My phone buzzed with another text from Trevor. Marcello's at 8. Don't be late. And babe? Wear that red dress I like. The one that shows off your assets. The red dress. The one that was too tight, too low cut, that made me feel exposed rather than confident. The one Trevor insisted made me look sexy in a way my usual clothes didn't. The one I'd worn to our 6-month anniversary dinner where he'd spent the entire meal on his phone while I sat there like an ornament. For the first time, I felt something sharp and clear cut through my carefully maintained composure: anger. I was back at my desk, trying to focus on the Rodriguez campaign revisions, when I heard Trevor's laugh, that distinctive bark of amusement that used to make me smile. Now it made my shoulders tense. I glanced up to see him walking past my cubicle with Brandon and Kyle from sales, not even acknowledging my presence. So I told her I was at a client dinner, Trevor was saying, his voice carrying easily over the cubicle walls, and she totally bought it. I swear, she'd believe anything. It's almost too easy. They were moving toward the conference room, but Trevor's next words froze me in my chair. The thing about Simone is she's just grateful to be with me. I mean, let's be real, girls like her don't exactly have guys lining up. So when I need a little variety, she doesn't ask questions. Smart girl. The laughter from his friends was like nails on a chalkboard. I sat perfectly still, my hands gripping the edge of my desk, every muscle in my body rigid with a humiliation so complete it felt physical. Girls like her. The words carved themselves into my chest. Because I knew exactly what he meant. Because I'd spent 9 months pretending I didn't notice the microaggressions, the subtle ways he made me feel lucky he'd chosen me, the comments about my hair, my body, my exotic features that he found so interesting. Simone. Ashley's voice broke through my paralysis. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I couldn't speak. If I opened my mouth, I would either scream or cry, and this office, this perfectly professional, carefully composed corporate space, had no room for either. I'm fine, I whispered, the lie automatic. Just fine. But I wasn't fine. For the first time in 9 months, maybe in my entire adult life, I was done being fine. The afternoon dragged on in a haze. I went through the motions, answered emails, attended meetings, nodded at appropriate moments, but inside, I was burning. Every interaction with Trevor I'd dismissed as me being too sensitive played on a loop in my mind. Every cancelled plan, every backhanded compliment, every time he'd made me feel small while insisting he was building me up. By 6 p.m., most of the office had cleared out. I was still at my desk, staring at the Peterson proposal I was supposed to be reviewing, when I heard footsteps approach. Ms. Carter. I looked up to find Julian Cross standing at my cubicle entrance, his jacket now off, tie slightly loosened. He looked like he'd been working for hours, but there was something in his expression, concern, maybe, or curiosity, that made my breath catch. Mr. Cross, I managed, standing quickly. I'm sorry, did you need? I need you in my office. Now. My heart plummeted. Had he heard Trevor's comments? Was I being fired for? For what? Being humiliated? Being stupid enough to trust the wrong man? I followed him through the now quiet office, past Ashley's empty cubicle, past the conference room where Trevor had laughed about deceiving me. We entered the private elevator that went straight to the 20th floor, the executive suite I'd never seen. His office was stunning, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park, modern furniture in shades of grey and black, abstract art that probably cost more than my car. He gestured to a leather chair across from his massive desk. Sit. I sat, my hands folded in my lap, trying to control my breathing. Julian didn't sit. Instead, he pulled up something on his computer, then turned the monitor toward me. It was the Harrison account proposal, my proposal, with detailed notes in the margins. Notes that were clearly Trevor's usual superficial observations layered over my substantive analysis. I want to offer you a position, Julian said without preamble. Senior campaign strategist. You'll report directly to me. Salary is $240,000, plus performance bonuses. I need someone with your analytical mind and creative instincts for our new luxury brand initiative. I stared at him, certain I'd misheard. What? You heard me correctly. I've been watching your work for 6 months, Ms. Carter. Every proposal that goes out with Harrison's name on it. I know which parts are his and which are yours. He's competent at best. You're exceptional. I don't keep competent when I can have exceptional. $240,000. Nearly 3 times my current salary. Reporting to Julian Cross himself. It was everything I'd worked toward, everything I'd dreamed of, handed to me like. Like what? Like I'd earned it? Or like I was being given it for some other reason? The suspicion must have shown on my face because Julian's expression hardened slightly. This isn't charity, Ms. Carter, and it's not personal. It's business. I'm offering you this position because you've earned it through your work. What you do with the offer is up to you, but I need an answer by Monday. He closed his laptop with a decisive click. I'm assuming you have plans this evening. Harrison mentioned he was taking you to Marcello's. The way he said Trevor's name, with just the slightest edge of distaste, sent a chill down my spine. How did you? Harrison talks. A lot. Usually about things that make him look important. Julian's grey eyes met mine, and for the first time, I saw something that looked almost like anger? No, not anger. Disgust. He also talks about you. Just not in the way you might hope. My stomach dropped. What did he say? Julian was quiet for a long moment, and I saw him weighing something, deciding something. Finally, he pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to me. The screen showed an Instagram DM thread. I recognized the profile picture immediately. Trevor, in that photo from our vacation to the Hamptons last summer. The messages made my hand shake. Trevor, yeah man, she's cool for now. Low maintenance, grateful, doesn't cause drama. Plus she makes me look progressive at company events lol. Trevor, nah bro, she's not that serious. Just someone to have around until something better comes along. She's filling a gap if you know what I mean. Trevor, the best part? She does half my work and I get all the credit. It's perfect. She's so desperate to make it work she doesn't even question it. I thrust the phone back at Julian, afraid I might throw it against the wall. Why are you showing me this? Because you're about to have dinner with him. And you deserve to know who you're dining with. Julian's voice was matter-of-fact, but his eyes held something warmer. Was it sympathy? Or was I just desperate to see compassion in someone, anyone? I could still go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Confront him. Make him explain. You could, Julian agreed. Or you could do something much more satisfying. I looked up at him, this man I barely knew, this billionaire who'd somehow seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it myself. Like what? Julian smiled then, a slow, deliberate smile that held promises of justice I hadn't dared to imagine. Like accepting my job offer. And letting me take you to dinner instead. Marcello's has the best table in the city, the corner booth that overlooks the entire restaurant. It would be a shame to waste the reservation. My mind was racing. This was insane. I couldn't just, could I? Show up to the restaurant where Trevor was expecting me, but with his billionaire boss? The man who controlled his career, his future, his everything? He'll be there, I said slowly, realization dawning. You know he'll be there tonight. I do. Julian's smile widened slightly. Harrison made the reservation 3 days ago. 4-2. Except the second seat wasn't for you. It was for Melissa from HR. The same Melissa he's been seeing for the past 2 months. The same Melissa who'll be very surprised to find out his girlfriend doesn't know she exists. The room spun slightly. 2 months. While I'd been planning our future, defending him to my concerned friends, believing his excuses. How do you know all this? I make it my business to know who works for me. And who's playing games on company time. Julian straightened his tie, suddenly all business again. So, Ms. Carter, what do you say? Are you ready to stop being invisible? I stood up, my legs somehow steady despite the earthquake happening inside me. I thought of the red dress Trevor wanted me to wear. I thought of 9 months of making myself smaller, quieter, more grateful. I thought of girls like her and just filling a gap and every moment I'd swallowed my worth to make him comfortable. Yes, I said, my voice stronger than I'd ever heard it. Yes, I'll take the job. And yes, I'll have dinner with you. But I'm not wearing the red dress. Julian's eyes sparkled with something that might have been respect. Good. Wear whatever makes you feel powerful. We have reservations at 8. I'll pick you up at 7:30. He gave me his personal cell number, told me to text him my address, and escorted me to the elevator. As the doors closed, he delivered one final line that sent electricity through my veins. Ms. Carter? Don't worry about what Harrison will think when he sees us together. Worry about making him understand that he just lost the best thing that ever happened to him. And there's no getting it back. I stood outside my apartment building in Brooklyn at 7:15 p.m., my phone clutched in one hand, my entire body vibrating with a cocktail of adrenaline, terror, and something that felt dangerously close to exhilaration. The February wind cut through my coat, but I barely felt it. I was too busy questioning every decision that had led me to this moment. What was I doing? This was insane. Reckless. Completely out of character for Simone Carter, the girl who color-coded her planner and never caused waves and always played it safe. Except playing it safe had gotten me 9 months of being Trevor Harrison's secret work mule and public trophy. Playing it safe had earned me the privilege of being called low maintenance like it was a compliment. Playing it safe had made me so small I'd almost disappeared completely. My phone buzzed with a text from my best friend. Jade girl, you haven't responded in hours. You better not be letting Trevor's mediocre ass stand you up again. Call me. I smiled despite my nerves. Jade had been suspicious of Trevor from day one, but I dismissed her concerns as overprotectiveness. You just don't know him like I do, I'd insisted. Turned out, I was the one who didn't know him. I typed back, trust me. Tonight is going to be different. I'll call you after. Love you. Different didn't even begin to cover it. At 7:20 p.m., I gave myself one last look in the full-length mirror that hung on my bedroom door. The woman staring back at me was familiar but somehow new. I wasn't wearing the red dress. Instead, I'd chosen something I'd bought 6 months ago on impulse and never worn, a sleek emerald green wrap dress that hugged my curves without apologizing for them. The color made my dark skin glow, and the cut was elegant but undeniably confident. I'd left my hair natural for the first time in months, my curls framing my face in a way that felt authentically me. My makeup was bolder than my usual office palette, a deep plum lip, subtle shimmer on my cheekbones, eyeliner that made my brown eyes look fierce rather than merely pretty. I looked like someone who knew her worth. The thought made my throat tight with emotion. When had I stopped dressing for myself? When had I started performing femininity instead of living it? You look beautiful, baby. My mother's voice echoed in my memory from one of our recent calls. But you look tired. Is that boy taking care of you? I'd laughed it off, changed the subject. But standing here now, I could see what she'd seen, the exhaustion in my eyes, the tension in my shoulders, the way I'd been slowly erasing myself to fit into Trevor's vision of who I should be. Not tonight. Tonight, I was taking up space. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. Downstairs. Take your time. Julian. My stomach flipped. This was really happening. I was really about to walk into Marcello's, one of Manhattan's most exclusive Italian restaurants, the kind of place you needed reservations months in advance, with Julian Cross. Trevor's boss. My new boss. A man who could destroy Trevor's career with a phone call. I grabbed my coat and clutch, locked my apartment, and walked down the 3 flights of stairs, my heels clicking against the worn wood. Each step felt like walking toward a cliff edge. Terrifying. Thrilling. Irrevocable. The black Mercedes sedan idling at the curb was understated but unmistakably expensive. The back door opened, and Julian stepped out, and I forgot how to breathe. He changed from his office attire into a navy suit that was somehow even more devastating than the charcoal one. No tie this time, the collar of his crisp white shirt was open, revealing a glimpse of his throat. His silver-threaded hair was slightly mussed, as if he'd run his hands through it, and when his grey eyes met mine, something electric passed between us. Ms. Carter, he said, his voice warm despite the formal address. You look extraordinary. Not nice. Not pretty. Extraordinary. Thank you, I managed, allowing him to help me into the car. The interior smelled like leather and that cedar cologne, and I tried not to think about how intimate it felt to be in this enclosed space with him. Julian slid in beside me, maintaining a respectful distance but close enough that I could feel his presence like a physical thing. The driver pulled smoothly into traffic. "I'm assuming you have questions," Julian said, his tone conversational but his posture suggesting he was fully focused on me. "You've had a few hours to process, which is either enough time to talk yourself into this or out of it. Which is it?" I turned to face him fully, studying this man who'd appended my entire life in the span of one afternoon. "Why are you doing this? And don't say it's just business, because taking your employee to dinner at the same restaurant where her boyfriend is cheating on her feels decidedly personal." A slow smile curved Julian's lips, not mocking, but appreciative. "Fair question. The job offer is business. You're talented, wasted in your current position, and I need your skills. That part is purely professional. And the dinner?" His expression shifted, something harder entering his eyes. "The dinner is personal, but not in the way you might think." He was quiet for a moment, watching the lights of Manhattan flash past the windows. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, less CEO, more human. 5 years ago, I watched my daughter try to disappear into a relationship with a man who made her feel worthless. He was charming, successful, said all the right things in public. In private, he systematically destroyed her confidence until she believed she was lucky he tolerated her. By the time I realized what was happening, she'd almost lost herself completely. My breath caught. What happened? I helped her leave. Used every resource I had to make sure he couldn't hurt her again. Therapy, lawyers, a fresh start across the country. Julian's jaw tightened. But I was almost too late. And I've spent every day since watching for the signs, in my employees, my friends' daughters, anywhere I might be able to intervene before someone else loses themselves to someone who doesn't deserve them. He looked at me then, and the intensity in his gaze made my heart race. "When I saw you this afternoon in that elevator, trying to diminish your own accomplishment to protect Harrison's ego, I recognized those signs. And when I heard him in the hallway, laughing about how easy you are to manipulate." His hands clenched briefly before relaxing with visible effort. "Let's just say I don't tolerate bullies. Especially not ones on my payroll. So this is, what? Rescue? Revenge?" "This is justice," Julian corrected. "And a choice. I'm giving you the tools, the job, the visibility, the proof of your own worth. What you do with them is entirely up to you. If you want to walk away after tonight, never speak to me again except in professional contexts, that's your right. But first, I think you deserve to see Trevor Harrison's face when he realizes he didn't break you. He lost you." The car slowed, and I looked out to see we'd arrived at Marcello's. The restaurant's facade glowed warmly against the darkening sky, its windows revealing glimpses of crystal chandeliers and elegantly dressed diners. This was the kind of place Trevor had promised to take me someday, always with the implication that I needed to earn it first. "Last chance to change your mind," Julian said softly. "We can turn around right now. No judgment, no consequences." I thought about the red dress hanging unworn in my closet. About Trevor's Instagram messages calling me low maintenance and a gap filler. About 9 months of making myself smaller while he took up more and more space. About the woman in the mirror who'd looked back at me 20 minutes ago, fierce and beautiful and done apologizing. "No," I said, surprised by how steady my voice was. "I want to do this." Julian's smile was approving. "Then let's go show him what he lost." The interior of Marcello's was everything I'd imagined and more. Warm lighting cast a golden glow over pristine white tablecloths, and the soft murmur of conversation mixed with classical music created an atmosphere of refined intimacy. The maître d' greeted Julian by name, "Mr. Cross, wonderful to see you again," and led us through the main dining room toward the back. I kept my eyes forward, very aware of heads turning as we passed. Julian Cross was the kind of man people noticed, and being on his arm meant being noticed too. It was a strange feeling, being seen, truly seen, instead of overlooked or dismissed. "Your usual table, sir," the maître d' said, gesturing to a curved corner booth that offered a perfect view of the entire restaurant while maintaining an air of privacy. That's when I saw him. Trevor was already seated at a table near the center of the room, his back partially to us but his profile unmistakable. And across from him, laughing at something he'd said, was a petite blonde woman in a tight black dress. Melissa from HR. Her hand rested on Trevor's arm with the casual familiarity of someone who'd done it many times before. My step faltered, Just for a second. Julian's hand appeared at the small of my back, steadying, supportive, but not controlling. "Breathe," he murmured, low enough that only I could hear. "You're about to walk past them. Keep your head up. Don't look at him until you're seated. Make him come to you." I did as he said, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, channeling every ounce of dignity I possessed. We passed within 6 feet of Trevor's table. I saw the exact moment he registered Julian's presence. His posture stiffened, his conversation with Melissa stuttering to a halt. Then he saw me. His eyes widened, his mouth actually falling open in a comically perfect expression of shock. I watched him clock the dress, the hair, the fact that I was walking past him on Julian Cross's arm like he didn't exist. I didn't stop. Didn't acknowledge him. Just kept walking until Julian was helping me into the booth, his hand lingering for just a moment longer than necessary before he took the seat across from me. "Well done," he said quietly, his grey eyes warm with approval. "Now the real performance begins." A waiter appeared with menus and a wine list. Julian ordered a bottle of something Italian and expensive without looking at the menu, then turned his full attention to me. "Tell me about yourself, Simone," he said, leaning back with the casual confidence of a man who owned the room. "Not the version you put in your employee file. The real you. What did you want to be before you started trying to fit into boxes other people built?" The question caught me off guard. When was the last time someone had asked me about my dreams instead of my utility? "I wanted to be a writer," I heard myself say. "Novels. Maybe. Or journalism. Something where I could tell stories that mattered." "Why didn't you?" "Because." I paused, considering. Because my parents wanted stability. Because marketing seemed practical. Because somewhere along the way, I'd learned to choose safe over satisfying. Because I was afraid I wasn't good enough. And now. I met Julian's gaze, this man who'd somehow seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it myself. Now I'm starting to wonder if good enough was the wrong question. He smiled, a real smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Now you're learning." The wine arrived, and Julian poured for both of us, his movements practiced and graceful. I was acutely aware of Trevor's gaze burning into the back of my head, but I refused to look. This moment wasn't about him. It was about me, reclaiming space I'd given away too easily. "Can I ask you something?" I said, taking a sip of wine that tasted like expensive velvet. "This job offer, it's real? Not contingent on this?" I gestured vaguely between us. Julian's expression turned serious. "The job is real, and it's yours regardless of what happens tonight or any other night. I don't mix business with personal leverage. Ever." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. "But I'll be honest about my intentions, because you deserve that. I find you fascinating, Simone. Your mind, your resilience, the way you've maintained your integrity in an environment designed to strip it away. If circumstances were different, if you weren't processing a betrayal, if I wasn't your boss, I'd ask if you'd be interested in exploring this connection between us." My breath caught. This connection. The one that's been humming in the air since that elevator this morning. The one that's making it very difficult for me to focus on my menu. His smile was self-deprecating. "But timing matters. So instead, I'm offering you friendship, mentorship, and professional partnership. What might develop from that foundation, if anything, will be entirely your choice." Before I could respond, a shadow fell across our table. Trevor stood there, his face flushed, his hands clenched at his sides. Up close, I could see the panic in his eyes, the way his usual smooth confidence had cracked. "Simone," he said, his voice tight. "What the hell is this?" I looked up at Trevor, this man I'd spent 9 months trying to please, trying to fit myself into his vision of the perfect girlfriend, and felt absolutely nothing. No anger, no hurt, just a vast, calm emptiness where my feelings for him used to live. "This," I said clearly, "is dinner. What does it look like?" "It looks like you're on a date with my boss," Trevor hissed, very aware that nearby tables were starting to notice the confrontation. "What are you trying to do, Simone? Embarrass me?" Julian set down his wine glass with deliberate precision. "Harrison, I wasn't aware you had a say in Ms. Carter's dinner plans, particularly given that you're currently dining with." He glanced toward Trevor's table, where Melissa was watching with wide eyes. "Someone who isn't Ms. Carter." Trevor's face went from flushed to pale in an instant. She's a colleague. We're discussing a project. On a Friday night. At Marcello's. With her hand on your arm. Julian's tone was conversational, but his eyes had gone cold. Interesting project management technique. Mr. Cross, I can explain. I'm not interested in your explanations, Harrison. But you might want to offer them to the women you've been lying to. Julian's gaze shifted to me, softening imperceptibly. Simone, would you like me to handle this, or would you prefer to address it yourself? The question held weight. This was my moment, my choice. I could let Julian destroy Trevor with a few well-chosen words, or I could take my power back myself. I chose myself. I stood, forcing Trevor to step back. Even in heels, I was shorter than him, but somehow I felt taller. Stronger. Done. Trevor, I said, my voice carrying just enough that Melissa could definitely hear from their table. We're done. Not because you're cheating, though that's disgusting. Not because you've been using me for free labor while taking credit for my work, though that's pathetic. We're done because I finally realized what you've known all along. I deserve better than you. Trevor's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Simone, you're being dramatic. Can we talk about this privately? No. The word came out firm, final. There's nothing left to say. Enjoy your dinner with Melissa. I hope she's better at ignoring red flags than I was. I sat back down, my hands trembling slightly but my voice steady. Trevor stood there for another frozen second, clearly waiting for me to break, to apologize, to shrink back into the manageable girlfriend he'd kept in a box. When I didn't, when I just picked up my menu and turned my attention to Julian as if Trevor had already ceased to exist, something shifted in his expression. The panic morphed into anger. You think you're something special now? His voice rose, loud enough that the entire restaurant was definitely listening now. Because Julian Cross is slumming it with the help? You're nothing, Simone. You were nothing when I met you, and you'll be nothing when he gets bored and moves on to someone actually worth his time. That's enough. Julian's voice cut through Trevor's tirade like a blade. He didn't raise his volume, but the authority in his tone made Trevor's mouth snap shut. Harrison, you have exactly 10 seconds to return to your table, collect your things, and leave this restaurant. If you're still here in 11 seconds, you'll be leaving Sterling and Cross permanently. Your choice. You can't fire me for 9 seconds. Trevor's face twisted with impotent rage. He looked at me one last time, and I saw him trying to find something to say that would hurt me, diminish me, make me small again. But I wasn't small anymore. I met his gaze steadily, and whatever he saw in my eyes made him flinch. Fine, he spat. Enjoy your pity date. When he's done with you, don't come crawling back. 6 seconds, Julian said mildly. Trevor turned on his heel and stalked back to his table. I watched him throw cash down, grab Melissa's arm, she looked confused and frightened, and stormed toward the exit. The entire restaurant watched in silence. Then Julian picked up his wine glass and raised it slightly toward me. To new beginnings, he said, his grey eyes holding mine with an intensity that made my pulse race. I clinked my glass against his, my hand still shaking but my smile genuine. To new beginnings. As we ordered dinner, Julian insisting I try his favorite dishes, me laughing as he told stories about disastrous client meetings and his daughter's early attempts at cooking, I felt something unfurling inside me. Something that had been compressed and hidden for so long I'd forgotten it existed. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. You know, I said between bites of the most incredible risotto I'd ever tasted, I should probably feel worse about what just happened. But I don't. Is that terrible? Julian shook his head. It's healthy. You're not mourning what you lost. You're celebrating what you escaped. Still. 9 months of my life, gone. Not gone. Invested in your education. He leaned forward, his expression serious. Every relationship teaches us something, Simone. Some teach us what we want. Others teach us what we won't tolerate ever again. Harrison taught you the latter. Don't diminish that lesson's value. I considered this, rolling the stem of my wine glass between my fingers. What did your divorce teach you? It was a bold question, maybe too personal given our professional relationship. But something about Julian made me feel safe being direct. He was quiet for a moment, considering. That compatibility on paper means nothing if you don't actually like who someone is. My ex-wife was perfect for me according to every metric. Same background, same social circle, same goals. But I didn't like her. Not really. And she didn't like me. We were playing roles for each other, and eventually, the performance became unbearable. How long were you married? 12 years. Far too long. He smiled ruefully. I've been single for 3 years now, and I'm just starting to remember what it feels like to be myself instead of someone's idea of who I should be. The parallel wasn't lost on me. Is that why you recognized what was happening with Trevor and me? Because you'd lived it yourself? Partially. And because my daughter. He trailed off, then seemed to make a decision. My daughter, Claire, she's 28 now. 3 years ago, when I finally helped her leave her toxic relationship, she said something to me that I've never forgotten. She said, "Dad, I stayed because I thought if I could just be better, prettier, quieter, more grateful, he'd love me the way I loved him." It took me 5 years to realize that no amount of better would ever be enough, because the problem wasn't me. It was him. His eyes met mine across the table. When I heard you in that elevator this morning, diminishing your own work to protect Harrison's ego, I heard Claire's voice. And I thought, not again. Not on my watch. Something warm bloomed in my chest. Gratitude, yes, but also recognition. Thank you. For seeing me when I'd stopped seeing myself. Thank yourself. I just held up a mirror. You're the one who chose to look. When was the moment you realized you deserved better than what you were accepting? Share your story. Your words might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today. We finished dinner in a companionable rhythm of conversation and comfortable silences. Julian was easy to talk to once you got past the intimidating exterior. Funny, self-deprecating, genuinely interested in my thoughts rather than just waiting for his turn to speak. By the time dessert arrived, a shared tiramisu that Julian insisted was life-changing, I'd almost forgotten we were employee and boss. We were just two people, enjoying each other's company. Almost. Because underneath the comfortable conversation, there was that hum of awareness Julian had mentioned. The way his hand had brushed mine when he passed me the dessert fork. The way his eyes tracked my movements like I was something worth studying. The way my breath caught every time he smiled. It was dangerous. Complicated. Probably a terrible idea given that I'd technically just ended a relationship 5 hours ago. But it also felt like the first honest thing I'd experienced in months. "I should get you home," Julian said as the waiter cleared our plates. "It's late, and you've had a hell of a day." I glanced at my phone. 10:47 p.m. Somehow 3 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. "Yeah," I agreed, reluctant despite knowing he was right. "I should probably process everything." Julian signaled for the check, waving away my attempt to see it. "This is on me. Consider it a celebration of your new position." "Which I haven't officially accepted yet," I pointed out. "Haven't you?" His smile was knowing. "You accepted the moment you walked in here on my arm instead of his. Everything after was just paperwork." He was right, and we both knew it. The car ride back to Brooklyn was quieter than the trip to Manhattan. I leaned against the window, watching the city lights blur past, my mind trying to organize the chaos of the last 12 hours into something coherent. This morning I'd been Trevor Harrison's girlfriend, a junior account manager who made herself small to keep the peace. Tonight I was, what? Julian Cross's new senior campaign strategist? His mentee? His friend? Something more? "You're thinking too loudly," Julian observed from beside me. I turned to find him watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Sorry. Just trying to figure out what happens next." "Next? You go home and sleep. Monday, you accept my job offer officially and start your new position. In between, you do whatever you need to process this transition." He paused. "Unless you're asking what happens between us specifically." My heart rate picked up. "Am I?" "I think you are." Julian shifted slightly, angling toward me. "So I'll be direct, because you deserve directness after months of Harrison's manipulation. I'm attracted to you, Simone. I have been since I first read your work and realized someone that brilliant was being wasted in a junior position. Meeting you in person only confirmed it." He held up a hand as I started to speak. "But I meant what I said at dinner. You're processing a betrayal, starting a new job, rebuilding your sense of self. The last thing you need is another powerful man trying to claim space in your life before you've reclaimed it for yourself. So what are you saying? I'm saying I'll wait. However long it takes for you to feel whole again, to feel certain of your own worth without external validation. And if, at the end of that journey, you're interested in exploring what might exist between us, I'll be here. If you're not, I'll respect that and will maintain a professional relationship. His smile was gentle. But I needed you to know that the option exists. That when you're ready, if you're ready, I see you as more than an employee. I see you as someone extraordinary. The car stopped in front of my building. Through the window, I could see my apartment lights. I'd left them on in my rush to get ready, glowing warm and welcoming. And if I said I wanted to invite you up right now? The words came out before I could stop them, bold and reckless and nothing like the old Simone. Julian's eyes darkened, but his voice remained steady. I'd say you're feeling powerful and vindicated and probably running on adrenaline. And while I'd love nothing more than to accept, I'd rather wait until you're making that decision from a place of clarity rather than reaction. Part of me was disappointed. Another part, the part that was learning to trust my own judgment again, recognized wisdom. You're right, I admitted. I wanted to feel in control of something. You are in control of everything that matters. Julian reached over and took my hand, his thumb brushing across my knuckles in a gesture that was both intimate and respectful. Trevor made you feel powerless by taking choices away from you. I'm giving them back. The job, the timeline, what happens between us, all of it is your choice. I'm just making sure you know what the options are. He released my hand and opened his door, coming around to help me out of the car with old-fashioned courtesy that felt like respect rather than condescension. At my building's entrance, he paused. Simone, before you go, there's something you should know. Trevor isn't going to accept tonight quietly. Men like him don't handle rejection well, especially public rejection. Monday is going to be complicated. My stomach tightened with anxiety I'd been pushing away all night. What do you think he'll do? Honestly, he'll try to discredit you. Claim you seduced me for the promotion, accuse you of being vindictive or crazy or whatever narrative lets him maintain his victim status. Julian's expression hardened. But here's what he doesn't know. I've been documenting his credit stealing for months. I have emails, file histories, testimony from other employees. If he comes for you, I'll bury him professionally. You have my word. The fierce protectiveness in his voice sent warmth through my chest. Why are you doing all this? Really? Julian was quiet for a long moment, his grey eyes searching my face like he was trying to decide how much truth to share. Finally, he spoke. Because when I was building this company 20 years ago, I was ruthless. I stepped on people, ignored warning signs, prioritized profit over humanity. And I told myself it was necessary, that you can't build an empire by being soft. His jaw tightened. Then my daughter almost died because I was too focused on quarterly earnings to notice she was in an abusive relationship. She took a bottle of pills, and if her roommate hadn't found her. He stopped, composing himself. When he continued, his voice was rough with emotion. I made a promise to myself in that hospital room. If I ever had the power to help someone escape what she went through, I would. No matter the cost, no matter the complications. So that's why, Simone. Because I can, and because no one should have to fight these battles alone. Without thinking, I reached up and cupped his cheek, feeling the slight stubble beneath my palm. Your daughter is lucky to have you. I'm the lucky one. She survived despite me, not because of me. He covered my hand with his, just for a moment, before stepping back. Get some sleep. Text me when you get inside so I know you're safe. I watched him walk back to the car, this complicated, powerful man who'd somehow become my unlikely champion. As the Mercedes pulled away, I realized something that made my breath catch. For the first time in 9 months, I was excited about Monday. Not nervous. Not dreading. Excited. Because I was about to walk into Sterling and Cross not as Trevor Harrison's convenient girlfriend and uncredited ghostwriter, but as Julian Cross's senior campaign strategist. As myself. I was about to text Julian that I was safely inside when my phone buzzed with an incoming call. Trevor. My finger hovered over the decline button, but curiosity won. I answered but didn't speak. Simone. His voice was tight, controlled, dangerous. We need to talk. Now. We don't, actually. You think you can humiliate me like that and just walk away? You think Julian Cross actually cares about you? He laughed, the sound bitter and mean. He's using you to get at me, to punish me for some perceived slight. And when he's done, you'll be the one left looking like the office slut who slept her way to a promotion. The words should have hurt. A few hours ago, they would have shattered me. Now, they just made me tired. Trevor, I'm going to say this once, so listen carefully. What happened tonight wasn't about you. It was about me finally seeing clearly. You didn't lose me because Julian swooped in. You lost me because I stopped being willing to lose myself. That's bullshit psychological. I'm not finished. My voice cut through his. You spent 9 months making me feel like I should be grateful you tolerated me. Like I was lucky to be with you. And I believed it, because I'd forgotten what I was worth. But Julian didn't make me remember. He just held up a mirror. And what I saw was someone who deserves a hell of a lot better than you. So that's it? You're just going to. Yeah, that's it. Don't call me again. Don't text. Don't approach me at work. We're done, and there's nothing left to discuss. I ended the call before he could respond, then blocked his number. My hands were shaking, from anger or adrenaline or relief, I wasn't sure. Probably all three. Another text came through, this time from Julian, you made it inside. I smiled despite my racing pulse. Safe and sound. Trevor just called. I handled it. His response was immediate. I never doubted you would. Sleep well, Simone. Monday, we change everything. I climbed the 3 flights to my apartment, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The space looked the same as when I'd left it. My modest furniture, my carefully organized bookshelves, my small kitchen, but somehow everything felt different. I was different. I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror, the emerald dress, the natural hair, the bold makeup. The woman looking back at me was fierce, beautiful, unafraid. She was me. The real me. The one I'd been hiding for months, maybe years, trying to fit into boxes other people built. I was done with boxes. My phone buzzed one more time. Jade girl. Trevor just posted a cryptic Instagram story about fake friends and users. Please tell me you finally dumped his ass. I called her, and she answered on the first ring. Please tell me you're calling with good news. I'm calling with great news, I said, kicking off my heels and sinking onto my couch. Pour yourself a drink. This is going to take a while. I told her everything. Trevor's betrayal, the overheard conversation, Julian's job offer, the dinner at Marcello's, Trevor's meltdown. With each detail, Jade's reactions escalated from gasps to shouts of approval. Simone Carter, she finally screamed into the phone, making me pull it away from my ear. You are a legend. Do you understand? A legend. I'm calling your mother right now. No. Don't call my mother. Not until I figure out how to explain Julian. Oh, you mean the billionaire zaddy who took you to dinner and offered you a promotion and told Trevor to kick rocks? Yeah, that'll be a tough conversation. Jade's grin was audible. Your mom's going to lose her mind in the best way. He's 52, Jade. And the man has taste, money, and apparently the spine to stand up for what's right. Meanwhile, Trevor's 32 and acts like he's 13. Age is just a number, babe. He's also my boss now. Simone, honey, I love you, but you need to stop looking for reasons to talk yourself out of good things. Did you like him? Was there a connection? I thought about Julian's steady presence, his direct honesty, the way he'd seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it. The hum of awareness between us that felt nothing like the performative attraction I'd maintained with Trevor. Yeah, I admitted. There was definitely a connection. Then give it time to develop. Let yourself heal from Trevor's nonsense. Start your new job. And if Julian Cross is the kind of man who'll wait while you rebuild yourself, girl, that's the greenest flag I've ever seen. We talked for another hour, about my new job, about Trevor's inevitable workplace drama, about what I'd wear on Monday to signal my transformation. By the time we hung up, it was nearly midnight, and I was exhausted but buzzing with too much energy to sleep. I changed into my pajamas, washed off my makeup, and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow was Saturday. I had 2 days before I walked into Sterling and Cross as a new person, into a new role, into a completely transformed life. 2 days to prepare for Trevor's retaliation. 2 days to figure out who Simone Carter actually was, beneath all the layers of performance and pretense. 2 days to decide if the connection I'd felt with Julian was real or just the intoxicating rush of being seen for the first time in months. My phone lit up one final time. Another unknown number, but the message made my pulse skip. This is Claire Cross. My dad just called and told me what you did tonight. I don't know you, but I want you to know what you felt when you stood up to that asshole. That's your power coming back. Don't ever let anyone take it again. You're going to be amazing. See. I stared at the message, my eyes burning with unexpected tears. Julian's daughter. The one who'd almost died because she'd lost herself in someone else's cruelty. She understood. I saved her number and typed back, "Thank you. I needed to hear that. And thank you for surviving. I think your survival might have just saved me too." Her response was immediate. "We save each other. That's what warriors do. Welcome to the fight." I set my phone on the nightstand, pulled my blankets up, and finally let myself feel everything I'd been holding back all night. The grief of 9 months wasted, the rage at Trevor's betrayal, the terror of the unknown, and underneath it all, the quiet, steady flame of hope. Monday was coming. And for the first time in a long time, I couldn't wait. Monday morning arrived with the kind of crystalline clarity that only comes after February snowfall. I woke at 5:30 a.m., not from my alarm, but from the electric anticipation humming through my veins. For the first time in months, maybe years, I was eager to face the day. I went through my morning routine with deliberate intention. Every choice was mine. The playlist, Beyoncé's Formation on repeat, the breakfast, actual food instead of just coffee and anxiety, the outfit. The outfit. I stood in front of my closet, surveying the carefully curated collection of appropriate work clothes I'd assembled over 3 years. Navy, gray, beige, black. A rainbow of invisible, designed to help me blend into backgrounds and avoid attention. Not today. Pushed to the back, still in its garment bag from when I bought it on impulse 8 months ago and immediately regretted as too much, was a suit I'd never worn to the office. Deep plum, not quite purple, not quite burgundy, with sharp tailoring that meant business. I'd told myself it was too bold, too attention-seeking, too much. Perfect. I paired it with an ivory silk blouse, simple gold jewelry, and the black heels that added 3 inches to my height. My hair, I left natural again. The curls I'd been flat-ironing into submission for years finally allowed to exist in their full glory. Makeup was professional but present. A plum lip that matched my suit, subtle bronze on my eyelids, my skin glowing with moisturizer that actually worked now that I was sleeping more than 4 hours a night. The woman in the mirror looked like someone who belonged in the executive suite. She looked like a senior campaign strategist. She looked like me. My phone buzzed with a text from Jade. "It's game day, superstar. Remember, you're not going in there to prove anything to Trevor. You're going in there to claim what's already yours. Now go show them who runs this town." I smiled, screenshotting the message to save for later when my confidence inevitably wavered. Another text, this one from Julian. "Your new office is ready. 19th floor, corner suite next to mine. Security will have your updated access credentials. Take the morning to settle in. We'll meet at 11 to discuss the luxury brand initiative. JC. Corner suite. 19th floor. Executive level." This was really happening. I grabbed my bag, a structured leather tote I'd splurged on during a rare moment of self-care, and headed out into the frigid morning. The subway ride to Midtown felt different today. I wasn't hunching my shoulders, making myself small to avoid unwanted attention. I sat with my spine straight, my head up, taking up exactly the space I needed. A teenage girl across from me was staring. I smiled at her, and she smiled back shyly before looking away. In that brief exchange, I saw something that made my throat tight: admiration. She saw someone who looked confident, powerful, put together. She saw who I was becoming. Sterling and Cross's glass tower gleamed in the morning sun as I approached. I'd walked through these doors hundreds of times, but today felt like the first time. Today, I wasn't sneaking in hoping to go unnoticed. Today, I belonged here. The lobby security guard, Marcus, a kind man in his 60s who always remembered my name, did a visible double-take when I approached. "Ms. Carter." His face split into a wide grin. Look at you. Moving up in the world, I hear. Congratulations on the promotion. Word traveled fast. Thank you, Marcus. How did you? Mr. Cross himself called down Friday afternoon, had me add you to the executive floor access list. Marcus handed me a new security badge, sleek black instead of the standard blue, with senior campaign strategist embossed under my name. Also said to tell you that anyone gives you trouble, they answer to him personally. The protectiveness in that simple message warmed me despite the cold still clinging to my coat. I appreciate that. We all do. About time someone recognized your work. Marcus leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Between you and me, Ms. Carter, half the good ideas that came out of marketing the last 2 years had your fingerprints on them. Everyone knew it except the people who should have been paying attention. I blinked back unexpected emotion. Thank you. That means more than you know. I swiped my new badge and headed for the elevators, very aware of curious glances from other early arrivals. The plum suit was definitely attracting attention, but instead of making me want to shrink, it made me stand taller. The elevator to the 19th floor was empty. Most executives didn't arrive until 9 or later. The doors opened onto a reception area I'd only glimpsed during my interview 3 years ago. Floor-to-ceiling windows, modern furniture in shades of grey and cream, abstract art that probably cost more than my annual salary used to be. Ms. Carter. A woman in her early 30s with sleek black hair and a warm smile approached from a desk near the windows. I'm Priya Sharma, Mr. Cross's executive assistant. Welcome to the 19th floor. Thank you. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting. Mr. Cross wanted to make sure your transition was smooth. Priya gestured for me to follow her down a hallway lined with glass-walled offices. Your office is this way. I've already had IT set up your computer and phone with your new credentials. Coffee preferences. Oh, I usually just grab whatever's in the break room. We have an espresso machine in the executive kitchen. I'll show you after the tour. Priya stopped at a corner office with frosted glass doors. This is you. She pushed open the doors, and I forgot how to breathe. The office was easily 3 times the size of my old cubicle. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of Manhattan stretching south toward the financial district. A modern desk in dark wood sat positioned to take advantage of the view, with a high-backed leather chair that looked more comfortable than my bed. A small conference table occupied one corner, surrounded by 4 chairs. Built-in bookshelves lined one wall, currently empty and waiting to be filled. And on the desk sat a small succulent in a ceramic pot, identical to the one I'd kept alive in my cubicle for 3 years. Mr. Cross had facilities transfer your plant, Priya said, smiling at my expression. He said you'd appreciate the continuity. The gesture was so thoughtful, so specifically me, that I had to take a moment to compose myself. Julian had been paying attention, not just to my work, but to the small details that made me who I was. This is... I couldn't find words adequate to the moment. This is incredible. You've earned it. Priya handed me a folder. Your new contract is inside. Salary, benefits, reporting structure. Mr. Cross asked that you review it and let me know if you have any questions before signing. Also, there's an email from HR about orientation for senior staff, compliance training, that sort of thing. And Mr. Cross wanted me to remind you that your 11 a.m. meeting is in his office, not yours. She showed me the executive kitchen, complete with a promised espresso machine and a stocked fridge, the conference rooms, and the private bathroom I now shared with only 5 other executives instead of 20 women on the 15th floor. One more thing, Priya said as we returned to my office. Trevor Harrison has been calling since 7 a.m. asking to speak with Mr. Cross. I've been told to inform you that Mr. Cross is handling it, and you're not to engage with Harrison directly unless you choose to. Mr. Cross's words, and Ms. Carter's emotional energy is too valuable to waste on mediocrity. I laughed despite myself, or maybe because I needed to release the pressure building in my chest. He actually said that. He did. I've worked for Mr. Cross for 6 years, Ms. Carter. I've never seen him go to bat for someone like this. Priya's expression was warm but frank. Whatever happened between you and Harrison, you should know that Mr. Cross doesn't play favorites. If he's backing you this hard, it's because you've earned it. I was warming up now, the ideas flowing faster than I could articulate them. Partner with sustainable fashion influencers, emphasize their craftsmanship and longevity as the antithesis of disposable culture. Create a rental program for their evening wear. Make it accessible without cheapening the brand. And for God's sake, diversify their models and brand ambassadors. Elegance isn't one skin color, one body type, one definition. The words were pouring out now, months of suppressed creativity finally given space to breathe. I grabbed a whiteboard marker and started sketching on the glass wall, blocking out campaign concepts, demographic targets, partnership opportunities. You could create a mentorship program, I continued, barely aware I was pacing now. Pair young designers with Caldwell's master craftspeople. It positions them as educators, as preservers of dying arts, not just another label trying to sell dresses. And the content writes itself, behind the scenes of true craftsmanship, the stories of the artisans, the journey of a dress from concept to creation. I turned back to find Julian watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. His eyes were intense, focused, and something else. Was that attraction? Or just professional appreciation? That's brilliant, he said quietly. All of it. That's exactly the kind of thinking I needed. Really? I felt suddenly self-conscious, aware that I'd just spent 15 minutes dominating his whiteboard and probably his time. Really? Julian stood, moving closer to study my sketches. He was near enough that I could smell that cedar cologne, feel the warmth radiating from him. This is why I hired you, Simone. This instinct, this ability to see past the surface question to the truth underneath. It's rare. Don't ever doubt it again. Our eyes met, and the air between us felt charged with that hum of awareness he'd mentioned Friday night. For a moment, neither of us moved, caught in the pull of something that was definitely more than professional. Then Julian's phone rang, shattering the moment. He glanced at it, grimaced. It's Caldwell's CEO. I need to take this. Of course. I stepped back, creating distance, trying to calm my racing pulse. Should I stay? I want you on this call. He answered, switching to speaker mode. Richard, good morning. I have Simone Carter with me, the senior strategist I mentioned. We've been discussing preliminary concepts for your rebranding. For the next 30 minutes, I watched Julian work, seamlessly incorporating my ideas, crediting me explicitly for each concept, positioning me as a partner rather than a subordinate. When Richard Caldwell asked a question about demographic research, Julian deferred to me without hesitation. Ms. Carter has done extensive analysis of luxury consumer behavior across age demographics. Simone, can you speak to the Millennial and Gen Z markets? And just like that, I was presenting to a potential client worth millions, my ideas being heard and valued, my expertise recognized. It was everything I'd worked toward for years, finally manifesting. The call ended with Richard Caldwell requesting a full proposal by end of week and explicitly asking that I be the lead on the project. Simone impressed me, he said before hanging up. She understands that we're not just selling dresses, we're selling legacy. I look forward to seeing what she develops. When Julian ended the call, I was grinning so wide my cheeks hurt. Did that really just happen? Did I really just? You really just landed your first major client as senior strategist. Congratulations. Julian's smile matched mine. How does it feel? Terrifying. Exhilarating. Like I might throw up or cry or possibly both. That's the right response. Complacency is the enemy of excellence. Julian checked his watch. It's nearly 1. Have you eaten? I realized I'd been so focused I'd completely forgotten about lunch. No, There's a Thai place 2 blocks from here that does excellent pad see you. My treat, and we can discuss your proposal strategy. It was innocent. Just lunch, just work discussion. But something in the way he looked at me, the intimacy of the invitation, felt like it was crossing a line we'd drawn Friday night. Julian. I hesitated. People are going to talk. If we're seen having lunch together right after my promotion, after what happened with Trevor. Let them talk. You're my senior strategist, which means we'll be working closely together. Lunch meetings are normal. And frankly, his expression hardened slightly. I'm too old and too established to care about gossip. The question is whether you're comfortable with it. Was I? The old Simone would have declined, terrified of appearances and judgments. But the new Simone, the one wearing a plum suit and claiming corner offices? I'm comfortable with it, I said firmly. Let's get Thai food. We were halfway through lunch at a small Thai restaurant that smelled like heaven, discussing the finer points of Caldwell's target demographics, when my phone buzzed insistently. Ashley from my old cubicle. Simone, I don't know if you've heard, but Trevor is in the break room right now telling anyone who'll listen that you slept with Julian Cross to get your promotion. He's saying you seduced a married man and broke up his marriage. Security is on their way, but I thought you should know. My hands tightened around my phone, rage and humiliation flooding through me in equal measure. Julian noticed immediately. What's wrong? I showed him the text. His expression went from concerned to absolutely thunderous in the space of a heartbeat. He's saying you're married. I asked, my voice tight. Divorced. 3 years ago. And Harrison knows it. Julian pulled out his phone, typing rapidly. I've been patient with him, given him space to save face quietly. That patience just ended. What are you doing? Calling an emergency meeting with HR and legal. Harrison wants to make accusations? Let him make them formally, under oath, where lying has consequences. Julian's eyes met mine, and I saw cold fury there. I promised you Friday that if he came for you, I'd bury him. He just crossed that line. Unless you want to handle this differently. I thought about Trevor in the break room, poisoning my reputation with lies. Telling people I'd slept my way to success, that I was a homewrecker, that everything I'd earned was actually just a transaction of my body for professional advancement. It was exactly what I'd feared. And it was exactly why women like me had to be twice as good and twice as careful, because men like Trevor could destroy us with whispers while we had to rely on documentation and proof. No, I said, my voice steady despite the anger vibrating through me. Let's end this. Now. I want him in a room where he has to say those lies to my face, on record, with consequences. Julian's smile was sharp and dangerous. Then that's what you'll get. Finish your lunch. We have a battle to win. Have you ever had to defend your success against someone trying to discredit it? How did you handle it? Share your story. Your experience might help someone else facing the same fight. We returned to Sterling and Cross to find the office buzzing with barely suppressed gossip. I could feel eyes tracking me as Julian and I walked through the lobby together. After Priya left, I stood alone in my new office, taking it all in. Through the windows, I could see the city stretching endlessly, millions of people, millions of stories, and somehow mine had led here. My phone buzzed. A text from a number I didn't recognize. This is Trevor. We need to talk. I know you're angry, but this promotion? It's going to blow up in your face. Cross is using you. Meet me in conference room B at 9. Please. The old Simone, the one who'd existed just 72 hours ago, would have gone. Would have listened to his excuses, maybe even believed his concern was genuine. The new Simone deleted the message without responding. I spent the next 2 hours settling into my space, reviewing my new contract. The salary still didn't feel real. $240,000, plus bonuses tied to campaign performance, and reading through the luxury brand initiative Julian wanted to discuss. It was ambitious, a complete rebranding of a historic fashion house that had fallen out of cultural relevance. The kind of project that could define a career. My career. At 10:45, I gathered my materials and headed toward Julian's office at the far end of the 19th floor. His door was open, and I could hear him on a call, his voice carrying that distinctive blend of authority and warmth. Don't care what the focus groups said, Michael. Innovation isn't about giving people what they think they want. It's about showing them what they didn't know they needed. A pause. Exactly. That's why I'm putting Simone on it. She understands that instinctively. All right, I'll have her preliminary analysis to you by Friday. He glanced up, saw me in the doorway, and his expression shifted into something that made my pulse quicken. Pleasure mixed with approval mixed with something warmer I wasn't ready to name. Michael, I need to go. My best strategist just arrived. He ended the call and stood, gesturing me inside. Simone. You look formidable. Good. His office was twice the size of mine, with the same stunning windows but facing north toward Central Park. The furniture was more lived in than the sleek minimalism of my space, a massive desk covered in papers and a laptop, leather chairs that looked broken in from use, bookshelves filled with marketing texts, business biographies, and surprisingly, several novels. Settling in okay? Julian asked, leaning against the front of his desk rather than sitting behind it, a deliberate choice to minimize the power dynamic. Better than okay. Thank you for the plant. And for all of this. I gestured vaguely to encompass the office, the opportunity, the complete transformation of my professional life. You earned all of this long before I made it official. Julian's grey eyes studied me with that unnerving intensity. How are you doing? Really? The question caught me off guard with its genuine concern. Honestly, I feel like I'm walking through someone else's life. Like any minute I'm going to wake up back in my cubicle with Trevor calling to cancel another dinner. That's not going to happen. This is your life now. Your office, your project, your career. He paused. Harrison has been calling all morning. I assume he's tried to contact you directly. Once. I deleted it. Good. His claiming the promotion is retaliation for him breaking up with you. Julian's mouth twisted with distaste. His threatening to file a complaint with HR about favoritism and inappropriate workplace relationships. My stomach dropped. Can he do that? Can he actually? He can file whatever he wants. It won't go anywhere. Julian pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, then handed it to me. I had IT pull the file histories from every project Harrison presented in the last 2 years. Look at the metadata. I scrolled through the document, and my breath caught. Every file showed the same pattern, original creation by S. Carter, with modification dates and times showing Trevor had opened them within hours of presentations, made minimal changes, then submitted them as his own work. This is... I looked up at Julian, understanding dawning. This is evidence. Documentation. 23 months of it. I also have emails from Ashley Wong, Marcus Chen, and 4 other colleagues documenting times they witnessed Harrison taking credit for your work or using you for unpaid labor outside your job description. Julian's expression was granite hard. Harrison wants to play dirty? I'll bury him so deep he'll need archaeological excavation to find his career. The fierce protectiveness in his voice sent warmth flooding through me. But underneath it was a thread of concern. Julian, I said carefully, using his first name for the first time outside of dinner Friday night, I appreciate you having my back. But I don't want to be the woman who needed a man to fight her battles. I don't want people thinking I got this promotion because you have feelings for me or because you're some kind of white knight. Something flickered in his eyes. Respect, maybe, or recognition. Fair point. So how do you want to handle it? The question was genuine. He was asking my preference, deferring to my judgment, treating me as an equal partner in strategizing my own defense. Let HR do their investigation, I said, thinking it through. Provide the evidence if they request it, but don't go nuclear unless he forces the issue. I want to prove myself through my work, not through drama. But I met his gaze steadily. If he comes for me directly, if he tries to sabotage my projects or harass me, then we use everything we have. Agreed. Julian smiled, slow and approving. Agreed. You're already thinking like a senior strategist. Speaking of which, he moved behind his desk, pulling out a thick folder. The Caldwell Fashion House account. Family-owned since 1952, luxury evening wear and accessories. They were the pinnacle of elegance in the 60s and 70s, dressed Jackie Kennedy and Audrey Hepburn. But they haven't evolved with the times. Their current demographic is literally dying off, and they're hemorrhaging market share to younger brands. He spread out materials across his desk, market research, demographic data, sales figures trending downward for 15 consecutive quarters. They've hired us to make them relevant again without losing their heritage. It's a tightrope walk, too traditional and they continue fading into irrelevance, too modern and they alienate their core customers and lose their identity entirely. Julian looked at me across the desk. I want your unfiltered thoughts. What's your instinct? I studied the materials, my mind already racing with possibilities. This was what I'd been made for, not the grunt work of implementing other people's mediocre ideas, but the creative strategy that could transform a brand's trajectory. They're asking the wrong question, I said after several minutes of silence. They're asking, how do we get young people to buy luxury evening wear? But the real question is, why should anyone care about Caldwell in a world of fast fashion and social media? Julian leaned forward, his full attention on me. Go on. Caldwell's heritage isn't a liability, it's their secret weapon. But they need to reframe it. Not as your grandmother's brand, but as the brand that outlasted trends for 70 years because quality is timeless. Whispers following in our wake. Ashley intercepted us at the elevators, her face flushed with distress. Simone, I'm so sorry. I tried to shut him down, but he's been at it for over an hour. He's telling everyone who'll listen that. I know what he's saying, I said gently, squeezing her hand. It's okay. Thank you for the heads up. For what it's worth, most people aren't buying it. We all know how hard you've worked. Most people isn't everyone, I replied. That's why we're going to settle this officially. The elevator ride to the 20th floor, executive level, even higher than my new office, was silent. Julian's jaw was tight, his entire body radiating controlled fury. I need you to understand something before we go into this meeting, he said as the doors opened. HR is going to ask you invasive questions. They'll want to know about our dinner Friday, about our working relationship, about any personal interactions. It's going to feel like you're on trial instead of Harrison. I know. And you're okay with that? I thought about it, really thought about it. Was I okay with being questioned, doubted, having my integrity examined under microscope because a mediocre man couldn't handle rejection? No. I wasn't okay with it. It was unfair and sexist and enraging. But I was willing to endure it to make sure Trevor Harrison never did this to another woman. I'm okay with it, I said. Let's go. The conference room on the 20th floor was already occupied when we arrived. Eleanor Price, VP of Human Resources, a sharp-eyed woman in her 50s with steel-grey hair and a reputation for being uncompromising, sat at the head of the table. Beside her was Robert Chen from Legal, a slim man in his 40s whose gentle demeanor hid a ruthless strategic mind. And at the far end of the table, looking significantly less confident than he had in the break room, sat Trevor Harrison. His eyes widened when he saw me walk in with Julian. I watched him take in my plum suit, my natural hair, my confident posture, everything that marked me as different from the woman he'd known. Ms. Carter, Mr. Cross, Eleanor said, gesturing to seats opposite Trevor. Thank you for making time on short notice. Mr. Harrison has made some serious allegations that require immediate investigation. I sat down, folding my hands on the table, meeting Trevor's gaze steadily. He looked away first. Mr. Harrison, Eleanor continued, her tone businesslike, you've claimed that Ms. Carter's promotion to senior campaign strategist was the result of a personal relationship with Mr. Cross rather than professional merit. You've also alleged that Mr. Cross is married and that Ms. Carter knowingly engaged in an extramarital affair. These are serious accusations. I need you to state them formally, for the record, so we can investigate appropriately. Trevor shifted in his seat, suddenly looking less certain. Look, everyone knows that promotions like this don't happen overnight. Simone was a junior account manager on Friday. Monday she's in a corner office on the executive floor. Come on. What changed except that she what? Julian's voice was ice. Please finish that sentence, Harrison. For the record. Except that she started seeing you romantically. I'm not saying she definitely. I'm just pointing out that it looks suspicious. The timing, Robert Chen interrupted, his voice mild but his eyes sharp. Is that Mr. Cross reviewed Ms. Carter's work portfolio dating back 23 months and identified a pattern of exceptional strategic thinking that was being underutilized in her previous role. He made a business decision to promote her based on documented merit. Unless you have evidence to the contrary. Trevor's face flushed. Evidence? Everyone saw them at Marcello's on Friday night. They were on a date. They were at a business dinner, Eleanor corrected. Mr. Cross has the email chain where he invited Ms. Carter to discuss her promotion over dinner as a professional courtesy. A practice he's extended to every senior-level hire in the past 5 years. Unless you're suggesting all of those were also inappropriate relationships. I watched Trevor flounder, his carefully constructed narrative crumbling under scrutiny. But she was my girlfriend. And then suddenly she's with him. Actually, I spoke for the first time, my voice calm and clear. I ended our relationship Friday afternoon after discovering you've been having an affair with Melissa Richardson from HR for the past 2 months. The same Melissa you were dining with at Marcello's when Mr. Cross and I arrived. Trevor's face went white. That's not. How did you? Instagram messages, Julian said pleasantly, pulling out his phone. You really should be more careful about your DM settings, Harrison. Ms. Richardson's account is public, and your messages to her discussing your official girlfriend versus your actual relationship with her are quite detailed. Eleanor's expression could have frozen lava. Mr. Harrison, are you telling me that while you were in a relationship with Ms. Carter, you were simultaneously involved with another Sterling and Cross employee without disclosing the conflict of interest to HR? It wasn't. We weren't. Trevor was sweating now. Look, my personal life isn't the issue here. The issue is favoritism and inappropriate. The issue, Robert Chen said, opening a folder that I recognized from Julian's office that morning, is that you've been taking credit for Ms. Carter's work for nearly 2 years. We have documentation showing that 73% of the Harrison proposals presented to clients were actually written by Ms. Carter, with minimal input from you. He slid copies of the file analyses across the table. Trevor's face went from white to grey as he recognized his own theft documented in black and white. Furthermore, Robert continued, we have testimony from 6 colleagues stating they witnessed you claiming credit for Ms. Carter's ideas, asking her to work on your projects without compensation or acknowledgement, and making disparaging comments about her capabilities despite relying on her work to maintain your own performance ratings. This is ridiculous, Trevor said, but his voice had lost its conviction. You can't prove. We can prove all of it. Julian's voice was quiet, deadly. File metadata. Email chains. Witness statements. Security footage of you entering the office at 9 a.m. and presenting proposals that Ms. Carter sent you at 11 p.m. the night before. You want to talk about inappropriate behavior, Harrison? Let's talk about workplace theft, harassment, and defamation. The room was silent except for the sound of Trevor's heavy breathing. Eleanor closed her notebook with a decisive snap. Mr. Harrison, based on the evidence presented and your own admissions during this meeting, we're placing you on immediate suspension pending a formal investigation. You'll surrender your access credentials and be escorted from the building. If the investigation confirms what we've heard today, and I have no doubt it will, you'll be terminated for cause, which means no severance, no recommendation, and a formal notation in your employment record. You can't do this, Trevor said, his voice rising with panic. I've been here for 8 years. I have rights. But what if we flipped that narrative? What if your grandmother's brand became the brand your grandmother trusted because it lasted? I was sketching campaign concepts when my office phone rang. Priya's voice came through, professional but warm. Ms. Carter, Mr. Cross wanted to know if you're free for a working lunch. He has some thoughts on the Caldwell direction he'd like to discuss. My pulse quickened, an involuntary response that I told myself was professional excitement, not the memory of Julian's grey eyes studying me across a dinner table. Tell him yes. My office or his? He suggested the executive dining room. More privacy, and the chef does an excellent Wednesday special. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in a small private dining room on the 20th floor that I hadn't known existed. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked Central Park, and a table set for 2 held simple but elegant place settings. Julian arrived carrying a leather portfolio and wearing a charcoal suit that made his silver-threaded hair look distinguished rather than aged. He ditched the tie, and the open collar of his white shirt made him look more approachable, less corporate titan and more human. Simone, he greeted, gesturing for me to sit. Thank you for making time. I know you're deep in research mode. Always happy to discuss strategy, I replied, settling into my chair with what I hoped looked like professional composure rather than the nervous awareness humming through my body. Lunch was served, seared salmon with asparagus and a quinoa pilaf that tasted better than anything I could have made myself. For the first few minutes, we ate in comfortable silence, the kind that comes when 2 people are secure enough not to fill every moment with noise. Then Julian set down his fork and pulled out a tablet, sliding it across to me. I've been thinking about your approach to Caldwell, the emphasis on sustainability and longevity versus disposable fashion. I wanted to show you something. On the screen was a video, grainy, clearly old, showing a young black woman in a stunning evening gown standing in what looked like a 1960s department store. She was being interviewed, her voice clear and proud as she discussed the importance of owning quality pieces that could be passed down through generations. That's Dr. Dorothy Height, Julian said quietly. Civil rights activist, women's advocate. That dress she's wearing? Caldwell. Custom made in 1963. I looked up at him, Understanding dawning. You want to connect Caldwell's heritage to the civil rights movement? Show them as a brand that dressed powerful women making history. I want to show that elegance and activism aren't opposites. That the women who wore Caldwell weren't just socialites, they were changemakers, leaders, icons who used fashion as armor while they fought for justice. His eyes met mine with intensity. Your grandmother's generation didn't just wear these clothes. They changed the world in them. The concept was brilliant, and deeply personal in a way that made my throat tight. This is about more than selling dresses. The best campaigns always are. They're about identity, values, legacy. Caldwell has the opportunity to position themselves not just as fashion, but as a continuation of a powerful legacy. Julian leaned forward. But I need you to be the one to develop it. Because a middle-aged white man telling this story? That's appropriation. But you, Simone, you understand what it means to be a black woman claiming space in rooms that weren't built for you. You can tell this story with authenticity I never could. I was quiet for a long moment, turning the idea over in my mind. He was right. This campaign needed to be led by someone who understood, viscerally, what it meant to see yourself represented in positions of power and elegance. I'll need to do research, I said slowly. Interview historians. Find more examples of black women who wore Caldwell during pivotal moments. Connect the dots between fashion and social change. Take whatever time and resources you need. I want this done right, not done fast. We spent the next hour discussing strategy, research approaches, potential partnerships with civil rights museums and historical societies. Julian's mind was sharp and quick, building on my ideas while making space for me to lead. It was the kind of collaborative creativity I'd always dreamed of but never experienced with Trevor, who'd seen every idea as a competition he needed to win. This was partnership. True partnership. Can I ask you something personal? I said as our plates were cleared. Julian's expression shifted to something more open, less guarded. Always. Why did you really offer me this job? And don't say it was just my work, because I know you could have promoted me internally without the dinner, without the everything. He was quiet for a moment, considering his words with the same care he'd shown in the HR meeting. When he finally spoke, his voice was honest in a way that made my heart race. Because when I saw you trying to make yourself small in that elevator, I saw every brilliant woman I've ever watched diminish herself to make mediocre men comfortable. I saw my daughter. I saw my mother, who had a genius-level IQ but spent her life as a secretary because that's what women did in the 1960s. And I saw someone worth fighting for who'd stopped fighting for herself. He met my eyes directly. The job offer was business. You're exceptionally talented, and I need that talent. But the dinner? The confrontation with Harrison? Making sure you knew your worth? That was personal. Because I'm tired of watching women like you get erased by men like him. And because, he paused, seeming to weigh whether to continue. Because I prompted, my voice barely above a whisper. Because the moment you challenged me in that elevator about why I knew your work was yours, I felt something I haven't felt in years. Recognition. Like I was seeing someone who could match me intellectually, who wouldn't shrink from honesty, who had the courage to question authority even when it was risky. His smile was self-deprecating. I'm 52 years old, Simone. I've built an empire, had 2 marriages fail, raised a daughter, made and lost fortunes. I thought I was past the age where someone could surprise me. And then you did. The air between us felt charged, heavy with words unspoken and possibilities unexplored. I knew I should probably change the subject, redirect to professional topics, maintain the boundaries we'd carefully drawn. Instead, I heard myself say, I feel it too. That recognition. Like you see me, not the version I've been performing, but the actual me. It's terrifying. Why terrifying? Because I just ended a relationship where I lost myself trying to be what someone else wanted. And the idea of starting something new before I fully found myself again. I trailed off, struggling to articulate the fear. You think you'd lose yourself again, Julian finished. You think any relationship means sacrifice and performance and becoming smaller. Doesn't it? Not if it's the right one. He leaned back, giving me space even though the intensity in his eyes remained. You had rights until you chose to defame a colleague with false allegations in a public space, Robert said. That constituted harassment and created a hostile work environment. Sterling and Cross has a zero-tolerance policy. Eleanor stood, signaling the meeting's end. Ms. Carter, on behalf of the company, I apologize for what you've endured. Your promotion stands, and HR will be sending a company-wide memo clarifying that all personnel decisions are made based on merit and documented performance. If you experience any retaliation or continued harassment, you report it directly to me. I nodded, not trusting my voice. This was vindication, yes, but it was also exhausting, having to prove my worth, defend my integrity, document my excellence just to be believed. Trevor was escorted out by security, his face a mask of impotent rage. As he passed me, he leaned close enough to whisper, "This isn't over." Julian stood immediately, placing himself between us. "Actually, it is. And Harrison? If you contact Ms. Carter again in any capacity, you'll be hearing from our legal team about defamation and harassment charges. Are we clear?" Trevor didn't answer, just let security lead him away. When the conference room finally emptied, leaving just Julian and me, I felt my carefully maintained composure start to crack. My hands were shaking, adrenaline and anger and relief all coursing through me at once. "Hey," Julian said softly, not touching me but standing close enough that I could feel his steadying presence. "You did beautifully. You were calm, factual, strong. I feel like I'm going to throw up. That's normal. You just watched someone try to destroy you and faced him down. Give yourself permission to feel it." I laughed shakily. Is this what being a senior strategist is like? Constant battles and HR meetings? No. This was exceptional circumstances caused by an insecure man who couldn't handle you outgrowing him. Julian's eyes were warm when I finally looked up at him. Usually, it's just the work. The strategy, the creativity, the satisfaction of building something meaningful. This was just clearing the debris so you can do that work. Thank you. For having my back. For the evidence. For, my voice cracked. For seeing me when I'd stopped seeing myself. Simone. He waited until I met his eyes. You saved yourself. I just held the door open. You're the one who walked through it. I left the conference room feeling like I'd been through a war. My phone was buzzing constantly. Texts from Ashley, from colleagues I barely knew, from Jade demanding an update. But I ignored all of them, returning to my corner office and closing the door. For several minutes, I just stood at the windows, looking out at Manhattan and trying to process everything that had happened in the span of 72 hours. Friday morning, I'd been Trevor Harrison's invisible girlfriend, a junior account manager who'd learned to make herself small. Monday afternoon, I was a senior campaign strategist who just watched her ex-boyfriend get escorted out of the building by security after trying and failing to destroy her reputation. The transformation was dizzying. My phone rang. Julian's name on the caller ID. Yes. Are you okay? His voice was gentle, concerned. I don't know yet. Ask me tomorrow. Fair enough. Listen, I'm giving you the rest of the day off. Go home, process, do whatever you need to do. The Caldwell proposal can wait until Wednesday. I don't need special treatment. It's not special treatment. It's basic humanity. You've been through trauma today. Take time to recover. He paused. Unless you'd prefer to dive into work as distraction, I won't judge either choice. I considered it. Work had always been my escape, my safe space. But maybe that was part of the problem. I'd spent so long using work to avoid feeling that I'd stopped knowing how to process my own emotions. I'll take the afternoon, I decided. But I'm coming in tomorrow. I want to start on Caldwell. Deal. And Simone, if you need anything at all, you call me. I mean that. I know. Thank you. I gathered my things and headed for the elevator, very aware of eyes following me through the office. By tomorrow, everyone would know the full story, the evidence against Trevor, the vindication of my promotion, the fact that I'd faced him down and won. The fact that I'd won. The realization hit me as I stepped onto the subway platform. I'd won. Not because I destroyed Trevor, though there was a savage satisfaction in watching his carefully constructed image crumble, but because I'd proven to myself that I was worth fighting for. That I deserved to take up space. That my voice, my work, my worth weren't negotiable. I pulled out my phone and texted Jade, "Grab wine and come to my place. I have stories." Her response was immediate, "On my way. You better have details." I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in months. Maybe years. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from an unknown number, but the message made my heart skip. This is Claire again. Dad just called and told me what happened. You're a badass. Seriously. That asshole tried to take you down and you buried him with receipts. I'm proud of you, and I don't even know you. Keep being amazing. See. And then, seconds later, another text from Julian himself. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we change the fashion industry. JC. I looked at both messages, at the support surrounding me from people who barely knew me but saw my worth anyway, and felt something shift deep in my chest. I wasn't alone anymore. And more importantly, I wasn't invisible. I was Simone Carter, senior campaign strategist, warrior, survivor. And I was just getting started. Wednesday morning, I walked into Sterling & Cross with my shoulders back and my head high. The whispers had quieted, replaced by something that felt like respect, or at least curiosity. Ashley greeted me at the coffee station with a hug that nearly spilled my latte. You're a legend, she whispered. Seriously. Half the women on our floor are talking about asking for overdue promotions because you showed them it's possible. The thought that my fight might have created space for others made something warm bloom in my chest. Tell them to document everything. Keep records. Make themselves undeniable. That's exactly what you did, isn't it? Ashley's smile was admiring. You didn't just survive Trevor. You made it impossible for them to overlook you. As I settled into my office, with its stunning views and empty bookshelves waiting to be filled, I pulled up the preliminary research I'd started on Caldwell Fashion House. The challenge was exhilarating. How do you make a 70-year-old luxury brand relevant to a generation that shops on Instagram and values sustainability over status symbols? The answer, I was beginning to believe, was in storytelling. I spent the morning deep in demographic data, consumer behavior studies, and social media sentiment analysis. Caldwell's problem wasn't their product. Their craftsmanship was still exceptional. Their problem was perception. Younger consumers saw them as their grandmother's brand, stuffy and outdated, disconnected from modern values. The right relationship makes you more yourself, not less. It challenges you to grow rather than asking you to shrink. It celebrates your strength instead of feeling threatened by it. Is that what your marriages lacked? The question was bold, maybe too personal for a working lunch. But Julian had been nothing but direct with me. I owed him the same honesty. My first marriage was young and foolish. We were both 23, thought we were in love, grew into different people by 30. That one ended amicably. He paused, something darker crossing his expression. The second marriage, that was about appearing successful rather than being happy. Victoria came from the right family, said the right things, looked perfect at company events. And I convinced myself that was enough. What changed? My daughter tried to kill herself because she was in a relationship exactly like mine, all performance, no substance, slowly suffocating. And I realized I'd modeled that for her. I'd shown her that appearances mattered more than authenticity, that you should stay in situations that make you miserable because leaving would be inconvenient or embarrassing. His voice roughened with emotion. I filed for divorce the day Claire got out of the hospital. Best decision I ever made. I reached across the table, covering his hand with mine, a gesture of comfort that felt natural despite our complicated dynamic. I'm sorry you went through that. But I'm glad you both survived it. Julian's hand turned, his fingers intertwining with mine in a way that felt both intimate and inevitable. So am I. Because it taught me what I won't accept ever again. I won't accept pretense. I won't accept relationships where we're playing roles instead of being ourselves. And I won't accept anything less than someone who challenges me, excites me, makes me want to be better than I was yesterday. His eyes held mine, and the unspoken question hung between us. Could you be that person? I need time, I said quietly, not pulling my hand away but needing him to understand. Not because I don't feel this too, but because I need to know I can stand on my own before I stand with someone else. I know. That's why I'm waiting. He squeezed my hand once before releasing it, the loss of contact almost physical. Take all the time you need, Simone. I'm not going anywhere. The rest of the week passed in a blur of productive intensity. I threw myself into the Caldwell research, tracking down archival footage of black women in Caldwell designs during pivotal historical moments. Dr. Height in 1963. Coretta Scott King at a fundraiser in 1968. Shirley Chisholm's presidential campaign announcement in 1972. Each image told a story of elegance as armor, fashion as statement, beauty as resistance. By Friday afternoon, I had the bones of a campaign that made my hand shake with excitement. Legacy of Elegance: The Women Who Changed the World in Caldwell. A multi-platform initiative connecting historical figures to contemporary activists, all dressed in Caldwell designs. A partnership with the National Museum of African American History to create an exhibition. A scholarship fund for young black women entering fashion and design. It was ambitious. Risky. Exactly the kind of bold thinking that could either revolutionize a brand or fall spectacularly flat. I was preparing to present it to Julian when my office phone rang. Simone Carter, I answered, distracted by the presentation slides I was organizing. Ms. Carter, this is Karen Whitmore from Fashion Forward magazine. The woman's voice was crisp, professional. I'm doing a feature on emerging strategists in luxury marketing, and your name came up repeatedly in my research. I'd love to interview you about your work with Caldwell Fashion House. My stomach dropped. How did you hear about Caldwell? That project hasn't been announced publicly. A pause. I have sources in the industry. Is there a reason it's confidential? Every instinct I developed over 3 years in corporate America started screaming warnings. This felt wrong, too perfectly timed, too well informed. I'm afraid I can't discuss client work without clearance from Sterling and Cross's communications department, I said carefully. If you'd like to submit your questions through official channels. Of course, I understand. Just between us, though, is it true you got the Caldwell account because of your personal relationship with Julian Cross? There it was. The real reason for the call. I got the Caldwell account because I'm excellent at my job, I said, my voice ice. And this conversation is over. I hung up, my hand shaking with anger. Before I could process what had just happened, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You should be more careful who you trust, Simone. Your little promotion has made enemies. People are asking questions about how exactly you went from junior account manager to corner office in one weekend. Maybe you should ask yourself what Julian Cross really wants from you. A friend. The implied threat made my blood run cold. This wasn't random gossip. Someone was actively trying to discredit me, to undermine my credibility before I'd even had a chance to prove myself. I forwarded both the text and the details of the magazine call to Julian, then sat back in my chair, trying to breathe through the panic rising in my throat. My office door opened without a knock. Julian strode in, his face thunderous, his phone in his hand. Karen Whitmore doesn't work for Fashion Forward magazine, he said without preamble. Fashion Forward doesn't exist. The number that called you is registered to a burner phone purchased last week in Midtown. Someone's setting me up. Someone's trying to. They wanted you to say something they could quote out of context, create a scandal around your promotion. Julian's jaw was tight with barely controlled fury. The text message is worse. That's harassment, possibly extortion depending on what they're building toward. Who would do this? Even as I asked, I knew the answer. We both did. Trevor, I said, the name tasting bitter. He's trying to destroy me from outside the company now that he can't do it from within. We don't know that for certain, Julian said, though his expression suggested he believed it too. But I'm having legal trace both numbers. If it is Harrison, he's violated the terms of his severance agreement, which means he'll face legal consequences. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I just felt exhausted. When does this stop? When do I get to just do my job without fighting battles and defending my existence? Julian moved closer, his voice gentler. I wish I could promise it stops soon. But the truth is, breaking barriers means facing resistance. You're black, you're a woman, you're young, and you're exceptional. Every one of those things makes certain people uncomfortable. And uncomfortable people lash out. So I'm supposed to just accept being attacked? No. You're supposed to keep doing exceptional work while we handle the attacks strategically. You focus on being undeniable. Let me and legal focus on protecting you. He pulled out his phone, typing rapidly. I'm putting out a company-wide memo right now making it clear that any employee or former employee who attempts to harass or defame current staff will be prosecuted to the fullest extent possible. And I'm having our communications team prepare a statement about your Caldwell campaign, Controlled narrative before anyone can create a false one. Julian, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Because this isn't just about protecting you, though that's absolutely part of it. This is about sending a message that Sterling and Cross doesn't tolerate this behavior. That we value talent over politics, merit over gossip. His eyes met mine. And because I'm not going to let anyone diminish what you've built. Not Harrison, not anonymous cowards, not anyone. The fierce protectiveness in his voice sent warmth through my chest despite the fear. Thank you. For believing in me when I'd stopped believing in myself. Always. He glanced at his watch. It's nearly 6. Go home. Rest this weekend. Monday, we're presenting your Caldwell campaign to the executive team, and I want you sharp and confident. Monday? That's only 3 days. You're ready. I've seen your preliminary work. It's brilliant. Trust yourself. After he left, I sat alone in my darkening office, watching the sun set over Manhattan and trying to quiet the voice in my head that whispered maybe Trevor was right. Maybe you don't deserve this. Maybe you're in over your head. But then I looked at my presentation slides, the powerful images of black women making history in Caldwell designs, the research connecting fashion to social change, the bold vision that could transform a dying brand into a cultural touchstone. I'd built this. Not because Julian handed it to me, but because I had the skills, the insight, the creativity to see what others missed. Trevor's voice in my head, telling me I was nothing without him, that voice was a liar. I gathered my things and headed home, where Jade was waiting with Thai takeout and righteous indignation about the harassment. We should blast whoever sent that text on social media, she declared, waving a spring roll for emphasis. Expose them, shame them, make them regret ever coming for you. Or, I countered, I could just be so successful they become irrelevant. Jade grinned. I like the way you think. When's this big presentation? Monday. To the entire executive team, including Richard Caldwell himself. And you're nervous? I considered the question honestly. Terrified. But also, excited? Like I'm finally getting to show what I can actually do when someone's not stealing my ideas or making me doubt myself. That's growth, babe. You're not the same woman who let Trevor walk all over you. She was right. I wasn't. And Monday, I'd prove it. Have you ever had someone try to sabotage your success? How did you rise above it? Share your strategy. We can all learn from each other's resilience. Monday morning arrived with perfect spring weather, the kind of clear, bright day that felt like a good omen. I dressed in a tailored black pantsuit with a crimson blouse that Jade had insisted screamed confidence without trying too hard. My natural curls were styled into a professional updo, and my makeup was bold enough to signal I wasn't afraid to be seen. I looked like someone who belonged in the executive boardroom. I looked like myself. The presentation was scheduled for 10 a.m. in the main conference room on the 20th floor, a massive space with windows overlooking the city and a table that could seat 20. By 9:55, I was set up with my laptop connected to the projection system, my notes organized, my hands only shaking slightly. Julian arrived first, giving me a subtle nod of encouragement before taking his seat at the head of the table. Then came the other executives, Eleanor from HR, Robert from legal, the CFO, the COO, several senior VPs whose names I'd memorized from the company directory. And finally, Richard Caldwell himself, a distinguished man in his early 70s with silver hair and sharp blue eyes that assessed me with obvious curiosity. Ms. Carter, he said, extending his hand. Richard Caldwell. Julian speaks very highly of your work. I'm eager to see what you've developed. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. I think you'll be pleased. As the room filled and conversation died down, I felt the familiar pre-presentation nerves. But underneath them was something new, confidence. Not the fake it till you make it kind I'd relied on with Trevor, but genuine belief in the quality of my work. Julian caught my eye and gave me the smallest smile. "You've got this," his expression said. I did. "Good morning, everyone," I began, my voice clear and steady. "Thank you for making time for this presentation. What I'm about to show you isn't just a marketing campaign. It's a cultural reclamation, a way to position Caldwell Fashion House not just as a luxury brand, but as a continuation of a powerful legacy." I clicked to the first slide, that image of Dr. Dorothy Height in her 1963 Caldwell gown. This is Dr. Dorothy Height, civil rights activist and president of the National Council of Negro Women. That dress she's wearing? Custom Caldwell. She wore it to a fundraiser that helped fund the March on Washington. I clicked to the next slide. This is Coretta Scott King in a Caldwell evening coat, photographed the day after her husband's assassination, showing the world that grief doesn't preclude dignity. I moved through the slides, each one telling a story of black women who'd worn Caldwell during pivotal moments in history. The room was absolutely silent, everyone leaning forward, captivated. For 70 years, Caldwell has dressed powerful women. But that story has been erased from your brand narrative, replaced with a focus on white socialites and European aristocracy. What I'm proposing is a campaign that reclaims this history and uses it to connect with contemporary consumers who value representation, social consciousness, and legacy. I outlined the full campaign, the museum partnership, the scholarship fund, the modern activists who'd wear Caldwell designs while continuing the work of their predecessors, the social media strategy, the documentary-style content, the community partnerships. This isn't about being trendy, I concluded. It's about being authentic. Caldwell has always been a brand for powerful women. It's time to tell that whole story, not just the parts that were comfortable for previous generations to acknowledge. When I finished, the silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Then Richard Caldwell began to clap. Slowly at first, then building, until the entire room joined in. "Ms. Carter," he said, his voice rough with emotion, "I had no idea. My father, who founded Caldwell, he made those dresses for Dr. Height. He was so proud of that work. But when I took over the company in 1985, my marketing team told me to focus on traditional customers, that emphasizing our black clientele would alienate our base." He stood, walking to the screen where Coretta Scott King's image still glowed. I listened to them. And in doing so, I erased some of my father's most meaningful work. I erased the women who trusted us to help them look powerful while they changed the world. He turned to face me directly. "This campaign doesn't just save my company, Ms. Carter. It saves my father's legacy. And I want you to lead it personally. Not just the strategy, but the full implementation. Whatever resources you need, whatever budget, it's yours." The room erupted in approving murmurs. Julian's expression was carefully neutral, but I could see the pride in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Caldwell," I managed, my voice thick. "I won't let you down. You already haven't. This is the best presentation I've seen in 40 years of business." He shook my hand firmly. "Julian, you found yourself a star. Don't let her get away." The double meaning in those words wasn't lost on anyone in the room. Julian's eyes met mine across the table, and something passed between us: acknowledgement, promise, possibility. "I don't intend to," Julian replied. The rest of the day passed in a blur of congratulations, logistics meetings, and the surreal experience of having senior executives seek my input rather than dismiss it. By 6 p.m., I was emotionally exhausted but riding a high that felt sustainable rather than manic. I was packing up my office when Julian appeared in the doorway. "Celebrating tonight?" he asked casually, but his eyes held something warmer. "Jade's taking me out for drinks. She's been threatening to introduce me to her single friends. Help me get back out there." I made air quotes, rolling my eyes. Something flickered across Julian's expression. Was that jealousy? "And are you ready to get back out there?" The question held weight beyond its casual delivery. We both knew what he was really asking. "Have you healed enough to consider us?" I set down my bag, giving him my full attention. "I don't know if I'm ready for dating. But I know I'm ready to stop hiding from possibilities because I'm afraid of being hurt again." "That's a start." Julian stepped into my office, closing the door behind him, a gesture that felt significant, intimate. "Simone, I need to be honest with you about something." My heart rate picked up. "Okay." "Watching you present today, seeing you own that room, claim your expertise without apology." He moved closer, his voice dropping. "I've never been more attracted to anyone in my life. And I know we agreed to wait, to give you time. But I need you to know that when you're ready, if you're ready, I'm not interested in casual. I'm not interested in playing it safe or keeping things compartmentalized." He was close enough now that I could see the silver flecks in his gray eyes, smell that cedar cologne that had become synonymous with safety and challenge in equal measure. "What are you interested in?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Everything. I want late-night strategy sessions that turn into early morning breakfast. I want to debate campaign approaches and dissect competitor weaknesses and challenge each other to think bigger. I want someone who isn't intimidated by my success and doesn't need me to be anything other than myself. His hand came up, cupping my cheek with a gentleness that made my breath catch. I want you, Simone. Not despite your strength, but because of it. I should have stepped back, maintained boundaries, reminded him that I'd just ended a relationship 3 weeks ago and wasn't ready for this. Instead, I leaned into his touch, my eyes closing briefly at the warmth of his palm against my skin. I want that too, I admitted. But I'm terrified. What if I lose myself again? What if I'm not actually ready and I hurt you or sabotage this before it starts? Then we'll figure it out together. Relationships aren't about being perfect and fully healed before you begin. They're about growing together, being honest when you're struggling, trusting each other enough to be imperfect. His thumb brushed across my cheekbone. I'm not asking you to be ready for everything right now. I'm just asking if you're willing to try. At your pace, with full honesty, no pretense. The office felt too small, the air too charged, every nerve in my body aware of his proximity and the decision hanging between us. One date, I heard myself say. A real date, not a working dinner. We see how it feels when we're not talking about campaigns and client presentations. And if it feels like I'm performing or shrinking or being anyone other than myself, we stop and reassess. Deal. Julian's smile was slow and devastating. Deal. Friday night. I'll pick you up at 7. Wear whatever makes you feel most like yourself. Jeans, evening gown, I don't care. Just be you. Where are we going? That's a surprise. But I promise it's nowhere you'd go with Trevor Harrison. He stepped back, giving me space to breathe again, though his eyes still held that intensity that made my pulse race. Now go celebrate with Jade. You earned it today. He moved toward the door, then paused. And Simone, that presentation wasn't just brilliant strategically. It was brave. You told a truth that powerful people have been avoiding for decades. You should be proud. After he left, I stood alone in my office, my hand touching the place on my cheek where his palm had rested, my heart racing with equal parts terror and exhilaration. I had a date with Julian Cross. A real date. With my boss, my mentor, the man who'd seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it myself. This was either going to be the best decision I'd ever made or a spectacular disaster that would complicate everything. But as I grabbed my bag and headed out to meet Jade, I realized something important. I wasn't making this decision out of fear or desperation or the need for validation. I was making it because I genuinely wanted to explore what might exist between us. That, more than anything, felt like growth. Jade took one look at my face when I arrived at the bar and immediately ordered 2 glasses of champagne. Spill. Everything. Now. I told her about the presentation, Richard Caldwell's reaction, the executive team's response. And then, because Jade had earned my honesty through years of friendship, I told her about Julian's office, his words, the date. She listened without interrupting, her expression cycling through pride, concern, and something that looked like cautious approval. Okay, she said when I finished. I'm going to be the friend who asks the hard questions. Are you doing this because you want him, or because he makes you feel valued and you're confusing gratitude with attraction? I'd expected the question, had already asked it of myself. Both? I'm grateful that he saw me when I was invisible. But I'm also attracted to who he is, his mind, his directness, the way he challenges me to think bigger. Is it too soon? Probably. Am I completely healed from Trevor? Maybe not. But I'm not going into this looking for someone to complete me. I'm going into it as someone who's already whole, just curious about what we might build together. Jade studied me for a long moment, then raised her glass. That, my friend, is the healthiest thing I've ever heard you say about a relationship. So here's to taking smart risks with open eyes. We clinked glasses, and I let myself feel the full weight of the day, the triumph of the presentation. The terror of the date, the possibility of something real with someone who saw me clearly. My phone buzzed with a text. Julian, just so you know, I'm already counting down to Friday. Sleep well, Simone. You've earned your rest. JC. I smiled, typing back, Friday feels very far away. But I'll try to be patient. SC. His response was immediate. Patience has never been my strong suit. But for you, I'll learn. Good night. I looked at Jade, who'd definitely been reading over my shoulder and was now grinning like she'd won the lottery. "Girl," she said, "that man is gone for you. And you know what? I think you might be gone for him too." She wasn't wrong. And for the first time in years, that didn't scare me. It excited me. The days between Monday's triumph and Friday's date felt like living in two parallel universes. In one, I was Simone Carter, senior campaign strategist, commanding respect in meetings, making decisions that would affect a 70-year-old company's future, being consulted by executives who'd barely acknowledged my existence a month ago. In the other, I was Simone Carter, terrified 26-year-old who hadn't been on a real first date in over 2 years and couldn't stop catastrophizing about every possible way Friday could go wrong. Tuesday morning, I arrived at my office to find a package waiting on my desk. Inside was a leather-bound journal, the kind with thick cream pages that felt luxurious beneath your fingers. A note in Julian's distinctive handwriting was tucked inside. For capturing the ideas that come at 2 a.m. when your brain won't shut off. I found that the best strategies often arrive when we stop trying to force them. JC. I ran my fingers over the smooth leather, touched by the thoughtfulness. Trevor had given me gifts, expensive perfume, jewelry, designer handbags, but they'd always felt like things he thought his girlfriend should have rather than things chosen specifically for me. This journal understood who I actually was, someone whose mind never quite turned off, who saw connections and patterns and possibilities at odd hours. I texted him, "It's perfect. Thank you." Already filling it with Caldwell ideas that won't leave me alone. His response came immediately, "Good. Insomnia is the price we pay for excellence. Lunch today, executive dining room, 1 p.m. I want to hear these midnight epiphanies." And just like that, my morning had a focal point beyond spreadsheets and market research. But before I could fully settle into the anticipation, my phone rang. The number was blocked. I almost didn't answer. But something, instinct, stubbornness, the refusal to be intimidated, made me pick up. Simone Carter. Simone. Trevor's voice, tight and bitter. "We need to talk." My entire body went rigid. "No, we don't. You were explicitly told not to contact me. This call violates your severance agreement." "I don't give a shit about the severance agreement. Do you know what you've done to me? I've applied to 12 firms in the past 3 weeks. 12. And every single one has turned me down because Sterling and Cross won't give me a clean reference. That's not my problem, Trevor. You stole my work for 2 years. You lied to me, cheated on me, and then tried to destroy my reputation when I left. Whatever consequences you're facing, you earned them." "I earned them." His laugh was sharp, mean. "You're the one sleeping your way up the corporate ladder and I'm the one being punished? How does that work, Simone? How is it fair that you get a corner office and I can't even get an interview?" The accusation was so absurd, so divorced from reality, that I almost laughed. "I'm hanging up now. And I'm forwarding this call to legal. Enjoy explaining to a judge why you violated a legally binding agreement." "Wait, Simone, please. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for everything. I need you to talk to Julian. Tell him to give me a clean reference so I can move on. I know I messed up, but I'm drowning here. Please." The desperation in his voice might have moved me a month ago. Now, it just made me tired. "You're not drowning, Trevor. You're experiencing consequences. There's a difference. And I'm not going to rescue you from the situation you created." I took a breath, steadying myself. "I hope you find a job. I hope you learn from this and become a better person. But I'm not going to be part of your story anymore. Goodbye." I ended the call and immediately forwarded the details to Robert Chen in legal, my hand shaking slightly from the adrenaline. Before I could process the conversation, my office door burst open. Ashley stood there, her face flushed with excitement and concern in equal measure. "Simone, have you seen the Times this morning? Business section." "No, I was planning to read it with coffee." "Why?" She pulled up the digital edition on her phone and handed it to me. There, in the business section, was an article titled, "Sterling and Cross bets big on diversity, but at what cost?" My stomach dropped as I skimmed the piece. It was ostensibly about the company's recent promotion practices, but it focused heavily on me, Simone Carter, 26, who rose from junior account manager to senior campaign strategist in a single weekend after being seen dining with CEO Julian Cross at an upscale Manhattan restaurant. The article didn't outright accuse Julian of favoritism, but the implication was clear: young black woman gets improbable promotion after romantic dinner with powerful white CEO. The piece quoted anonymous sources within Sterling and Cross suggesting that my promotion had created morale issues and questions about meritocracy. "This is character assassination," I said quietly, scrolling through the piece. "They're making it sound like I seduced my way into this job." "Everyone who actually works with you knows that's garbage," Ashley said fiercely. "The whole marketing department is already drafting a letter to the editor defending you. We're not letting this stand." I wanted to feel grateful for the support, but mostly I felt exhausted. How many times would I have to prove myself? How many battles would I have to fight just to be allowed to exist in a space I'd earned? My phone buzzed. "Julian, have you seen the Times article?" Me, reading it now. "It's bad." "Julian, my office. Now. We're handling this." I found him at his desk, already on a conference call with the company's communications team, his expression carved from granite. "Don't care if it's standard practice not to respond to articles," he was saying, his voice cold enough to freeze. "This isn't a standard article. It's a hit piece designed to undermine a talented employee and damage this company's reputation. We're issuing a statement within the hour." He saw me in the doorway and gestured me inside, putting the call on speaker. "Ms. Carter just joined us," he told the communications team. "Simone, this is Margaret Powell, our VP of Communications, and her team. They're drafting our response." Margaret's voice came through the speaker, professional and calm. "Ms. Carter, I want to be direct with you. The Times received a tip package 3 days ago containing details about your promotion, your relationship history with Trevor Harrison, and the timeline of your dinner with Mr. Cross. Someone is actively trying to create a scandal." "Trevor," I said immediately. "It has to be. He called me this morning violating his severance agreement, desperate because he can't get another job. This is retaliation." "We're already pursuing that angle." Robert Chen's voice joined the call. Apparently legal was looped in too. "We subpoenaed his phone records and email. If he's the source, we'll prove it and sue for defamation and breach of contract." "In the meantime," Margaret continued, "we need to get ahead of the narrative. I'd like to recommend a profile piece about you, Ms. Carter. Your background, your actual qualifications, the work you've done. Something that makes it impossible for people to reduce you to a stereotype." The idea of putting my entire life on display, of opening myself up to scrutiny and judgment, made my skin crawl. But what was the alternative? Let the lie stand unchallenged? What would this profile entail? I asked carefully. Interview with a friendly journalist, probably Forbes or Business Insider. They'd want to talk about your education, your work history, the Caldwell campaign. Maybe get quotes from colleagues, Richard Caldwell himself. We control the narrative by flooding the zone with truth. I looked at Julian, who'd been watching me quietly throughout the conversation. "What do you think?" "I think you shouldn't have to do this," he said bluntly. "I think it's unfair that you're being forced to prove your credentials while mediocre men are assumed competent until proven otherwise. But I also think Margaret's right. We need to counter the lie with overwhelming truth." "And what about?" I hesitated, very aware that the communications team could hear every word. "What about us? The article implies there's something inappropriate happening. If I do this interview and they ask about our relationship..." "You tell them the truth," Julian said firmly. "That I'm your boss, that we have a professional relationship built on mutual respect, and that any suggestion otherwise is defamatory speculation." He paused, his eyes holding mine with intensity. "Unless you want to tell them something different." The question hung in the air, weighted with everything we hadn't yet defined. We had a date scheduled for Friday, in 3 days. But we hadn't discussed what we were becoming, how to navigate the professional and personal waters we were wading into. "I'll tell them the truth," I said carefully. "That you recognized my work, promoted me on merit, and that I'm grateful to work for someone who values talent over politics." It wasn't a lie. It just wasn't the complete truth. The call ended with Margaret promising to set up the interview for Thursday, giving me 2 days to prepare. After everyone disconnected, Julian and I sat in heavy silence. "You don't have to do this," he said finally. We could ride it out, ignore the article, let your work speak for itself. And let everyone think I slept my way into this office? Let other women see that as a viable path to success. I shook my head. No. If I'm going to be a symbol, and apparently I am, whether I wanted to be or not, I'm going to be the right kind of symbol. The kind that shows young women they can earn their place through excellence, not submission. Julian's expression softened with something that looked like admiration. You're braver than I was at your age. Hell, braver than I am now. I don't feel brave. I feel angry and tired and like I'm constantly fighting just to be allowed to exist in peace. That's what bravery looks like. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's doing the right thing despite being terrified. He stood, moving to the window that overlooked Manhattan. Simone, I need to tell you something. And it's probably going to complicate things further. My stomach tightened. Okay. I've been thinking about Friday. About our date. He turned to face me, his expression serious. Given this article, given the scrutiny you're under, maybe we should postpone. Not cancel. Postpone. Wait until the dust settles, until you're not fighting this battle. The suggestion felt like ice water. You want to cancel. I want to protect you from more ammunition for people who are trying to tear you down. If we're seen together socially right now, it confirms exactly what the article is implying. He was right. Logically, strategically, postponing made sense. But it also felt like letting Trevor win. Like letting the people who wanted to diminish me dictate my choices. No, I said, surprised by my own certainty. I'm not postponing. I'm not letting fear or optics or what other people think determine how I live my life. I did that with Trevor for 9 months, making myself smaller to fit his comfort zone. I'm done with that. Julian's eyes searched my face. Simone, I admire your conviction, but nothing. You asked me on a date. I said yes. Unless you're having second thoughts about wanting to see me outside of work, we're keeping Friday. A slow smile curved his lips. I'm not having second thoughts. I'm trying to be responsible and considerate of the position this puts you in. I appreciate that. But I'm 26, not 16. I can assess my own risks and make my own choices. And I choose Friday. I stood, meeting his eyes directly. Unless you're the one who's afraid of what people will say. The challenge in my tone made his smile widen. I stopped caring what people say about me 20 years ago, Simone. But I care very much about what they say about you. Then let's give them something worth talking about. Not scandal or speculation, but truth. A successful executive and his colleague having dinner because they enjoy each other's company. If people want to make that sordid, that says more about them than us. Julian was quiet for a long moment, studying me with those intense grey eyes that always seemed to see more than I wanted to reveal. You're sure about this? I'm sure. Then Friday stands. But Simone, I need you to know that if at any point this becomes too much, if the scrutiny or the pressure gets overwhelming, we can slow down. Your well-being matters more to me than any date. The sincerity in his voice made my throat tight. I know. That's why I trust you. Wednesday brought a new challenge. Richard Caldwell called requesting an emergency meeting. When I arrived at his office in the garment district, a stunning space filled with decades of fashion history, his expression was troubled. Simone, thank you for coming on short notice. He gestured to a chair across from his desk. I need to discuss the Times article. My heart sank. Mr. Caldwell, I can assure you that my promotion was based entirely on merit. The article's implications are. He held up a hand, stopping me. I'm not questioning your qualifications. I read that article and saw exactly what it was, a hit piece designed to undermine a talented black woman by reducing her to a sexual stereotype. I hadn't. Thank you, I said, meaning it deeply. I needed to hear that. The article published Friday morning, and it was everything I'd hoped for, a substantive piece about the Caldwell campaign, my strategic approach, and the broader implications for diversity in luxury marketing. Patricia had included powerful quotes from Richard Caldwell and even managed to get a comment from Dr. Height's Foundation praising the campaign's historical accuracy. The response was immediate and overwhelming. My LinkedIn exploded with connection requests. Industry publications reached out for additional interviews. And most satisfyingly, The Times article was thoroughly debunked by Patricia's careful research and documentation. By noon, I had over 50 messages of support from colleagues, former professors, and complete strangers who'd read the Forbes piece. And one text from Julian that made everything else fade into background noise. Tonight, I'm taking you somewhere that celebrates excellence and artistry. Wear Maya's dress. Bring your full self. And prepare to be seen exactly as you are, extraordinary. Pick you up at 7. JC. I looked at the garment bag hanging in my office, at the midnight blue silk that had witnessed history, and felt something shift in my chest. This wasn't just a date. This was a declaration. I was done hiding. Done performing. Done making myself smaller to fit other people's comfort zones. Tonight, I was going to take up space. And I was going to do it in the same dress Maya Angelou wore when she stood before presidents and refused to be anything less than phenomenal. When did you stop defending your worth and start simply owning it? Share that turning point. Your story might help someone else make that leap. At 6:30 p.m., I stood in my apartment bathroom, staring at my reflection and barely recognizing the woman looking back. The dress fit like it had been made for me, the midnight blue silk draped perfectly, the beading caught the light with every breath, and the cut was somehow both elegant and powerful. I'd left my hair natural, my curls pinned into an updo that felt both sophisticated and authentically me. My makeup was bold, deep plum lips, subtle shimmer on my cheekbones, eyeliner that made my brown eyes look fierce. I looked like someone who belonged in this dress. I looked like someone who could stand in the White House and recite poetry. I looked like myself, but more so. Jade, who'd insisted on being there for moral support, was crying openly. "Stop it," I said, laughing despite my own emotional state. "You're going to make me cry and ruin my makeup." "I can't help it. You look like a literal queen. Julian Cross is going to lose his entire mind." She pulled out her phone. "Okay, I need photos for posterity. And also so I can show your future children that their mother was a complete knockout. We're having one date, Jade. Let's not plan children. One date in a dress worn by Maya Angelou to meet a billionaire who looks at you like you hung the moon. Girl, this is not one date territory. This is origin story material." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. "Julian, downstairs. No rush, take your time. I'm enjoying the anticipation." My stomach flipped. This was happening. This was really happening. "Okay," I said, more to myself than Jade. "Okay. I can do this." "You can absolutely do this. You just presented to Fortune 500 executives and wore a historically significant dress. A date is nothing." Except it wasn't nothing. Because despite the dress, despite the Forbes article, despite all the armor I'd built up over the past month, underneath it all, I was still Simone Carter, who'd spent 9 months being made to feel like she should be grateful for scraps of affection. What if Julian saw me outside of work and realized I wasn't as interesting as he'd thought? What if the chemistry we felt in professional settings didn't translate to personal ones? What if I was still not enough? "Hey." Jade gripped my shoulders, forcing me to meet her eyes. "I see you spiraling. Stop it. That man asked you out knowing exactly who you are, brilliant, strong, sometimes overthinking. He chose you. Now you get to choose whether to enjoy it or anxiety spiral yourself out of a good thing." She was right. I took a deep breath, grabbed my clutch, a simple black one that Jade had lent me, and headed for the door. "Text me when you get there," Jade called after me. "And when you get home. And honestly just keep me updated all night because I'm emotionally invested." The elevator ride down felt both endless and too short. When the doors opened to the lobby, I saw him. Julian stood by the entrance, hands in his pockets, wearing a perfectly tailored charcoal suit that somehow made him look both powerful and approachable. His silver-threaded hair was swept back, and when he saw me, his entire face transformed. He didn't say anything for a long moment, just looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or recognition. "Simone," he finally said, his voice rough. "You're terrified." I supplied, trying for humor to cover my nerves. "Breathtaking." He moved closer, offering his arm. "And for the record, I'm terrified too. I've been planning this evening for 3 days and I keep second-guessing every choice." The admission made something in my chest loosen. "Really? You seem completely composed." I'm 52 and I feel like I'm 16 picking up my prom date. You've completely undone me, Simone Carter. He led me outside where a car waited, not the Mercedes sedan from before, but a classic Bentley in deep burgundy that looked like it belonged in a museum. Is this yours? I asked as he helped me inside. My father's. He bought it in 1985 to celebrate his first major business success. I inherited it when he died, and I only drive it for occasions that matter. He slid in beside me, his eyes holding mine. This matters. The drive through Manhattan was quiet, comfortable. Julian pointed out landmarks, told me stories about building his company in the early days, asked about my family in Atlanta. The conversation flowed easily, naturally, and I felt my shoulders relaxing incrementally. Until we pulled up to our destination and I realized where he'd taken me. The Rainbow Room. The iconic venue atop Rockefeller Center, with its Art Deco glamour and panoramic views of the Manhattan skyline. Julian, I breathed, staring up at the building. This is too much. He looked suddenly uncertain. I wanted somewhere that matched the significance of your dress, but if it's too. It's perfect, I interrupted. It's absolutely perfect. He smiled, that slow devastating smile that made my pulse race, and offered his hand. Then shall we? As we stepped out of the car, I caught my reflection in the building's glass doors, a black woman in Maya Angelou's dress, holding hands with a silver-haired man who looked at her like she was the most important person in his world, about to walk into one of New York's most exclusive venues. This was my life now. This extraordinary, terrifying, beautiful life that I'd fought for and earned and was finally ready to claim. And as Julian squeezed my hand gently, his eyes holding promises of conversation and connection and possibilities I'd stopped letting myself imagine, I realized something crucial. I wasn't afraid anymore. Or maybe I was still afraid, but I was doing it anyway. And that, as Jade would say, was where the magic happened. But just as we reached the entrance, my phone buzzed insistently. I pulled it out, intending to silence it, and froze. The text was from an unknown number, but the message made my blood run cold. Enjoy your night, Simone. By tomorrow morning, everyone will know exactly what kind of woman you really are. The photos don't lie. A friend. Attached was a photo, grainy, clearly taken with a zoom lens, but unmistakably me and Julian. Getting into his car. His hand at the small of my back. The intimacy of the gesture impossible to misinterpret. Someone had been watching. Waiting. And now they had proof that would confirm every nasty implication the Times article had made. Simone. Julian noticed my expression. What's wrong? I showed him the text, watching his face harden into something dangerous. This stops now, he said quietly. Call Robert Chen. Have him trace this number. And then, he looked at me, his grey eyes fierce. Then we enjoy our dinner. We don't let whoever this is dictate our choices or steal this moment. Agreed. I looked at the phone, at the threatening message, at the photo that could derail everything I'd built. And then I looked at Julian, this man who'd seen my worth, who'd fought for me, who was offering me a choice right now, hide or stand tall. I forwarded the message to Robert Chen, then turned off my phone completely. Agreed, I said, my voice steady. Let's go have the best first date in history. Julian's smile was proud and fierce. That's my girl. And as we walked through those doors together, I realized he was right. I was his girl. More importantly, I was my own woman. And no photograph, no article, no threat was going to take that away from me. Monday morning felt different. I walked into Sterling and Cross not with trepidation, but with my head high and my shoulders back. The weekend had been a masterclass in controlling narratives. Our Central Park photos had been shared thousands of times, earning praise from industry leaders, women's empowerment advocates, and even a few celebrities who appreciated the refusal to hide. The Page 6 article had been thoroughly debunked by Forbes, running a follow-up piece titled, How Simone Carter Became the Strategic Mind Behind Caldwell's Rebranding, and Why Her Success Has Nothing to Do with Her Dating Life. Patricia Chen had outdone herself, including interviews with my former professors, colleagues who'd witnessed my work being stolen by Trevor, and a detailed breakdown of the Caldwell campaign strategy that made it impossible to claim I was anything less than exceptionally qualified. But I knew the real test would be walking through the office doors and facing my colleagues. Would they see me as the woman who'd earned her place, or the woman who'd dated the boss? The answer came immediately. Ashley was waiting by the elevators, and when she saw me, she started a slow clap. Within seconds, a dozen other women from the marketing department joined in, their applause echoing through the lobby. "What is this?" I asked, overwhelmed. "This," Ashley said, grinning, "is us acknowledging that you did what half of us have been too scared to do. You refused to shrink. You dated who you wanted, took the job you earned, and told anyone with a problem to deal with it." Marcus, the security guard, was beaming. "Ms. Carter, my wife saw those photos of you and Mr. Cross in the park. She said, that's a woman who knows her worth. Made me proud to know you." I blinked back tears, nodding my thanks as I headed to the 19th floor. When the elevator doors opened, I found Priya waiting with a knowing smile. "Mr. Cross wants to see you. His office." "And Ms. Carter?" "For what it's worth, I've worked for him 6 years and I've never seen him this happy. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." Julian's office door was open, and he was on a call, pacing by the windows with that restless energy that meant he was negotiating something significant. When he saw me, his entire expression transformed, the hard-edged CEO softening into something warmer, more personal. He gestured for me to come in and sit, then wrapped up his call with brisk efficiency. "Richard, I'll have the final numbers to you by Wednesday." "Yes, Simone's leading the presentation. Because she's the best strategist we have." "Exactly. Talk soon." He ended the call and immediately crossed to me, pulling me to my feet and into a kiss that made my knees weak. "Good morning," he said against my lips. "I've been thinking about doing that since Saturday." "We're at work," I protested weakly, even as my arms came around his neck. "My office. My rules. And my rule is that I get to kiss my girlfriend when she walks in looking like she conquered the world." He pulled back slightly, his grey eyes studying my face. "How are you holding up? Weekend was intense." "I'm good. Better than good. I feel like I can actually breathe for the first time in months." I paused, something occurring to me. "Did you just call me your girlfriend?" "I did. Unless you prefer a different term?" "Partner. The woman I'm completely gone for. Future co-CEO of my heart." I laughed, the sound surprised out of me. Girlfriend works. Though future co-CEO of my heart is adorably cheesy. I contain multitudes. Ruthless businessman and hopeless romantic. He kissed my forehead. "Speaking of business, the Caldwell campaign launches publicly next Monday. Richard wants you to lead the press conference. You'll be the face of the initiative." My stomach flipped with nerves and excitement. "Me? Alone?" "You and Richard together. But yes, you'll be doing most of the talking. This is your vision, Simone. You should be the one to present it to the world." The magnitude of that opportunity settled over me. A press conference. Industry media. My name attached to a campaign that could reshape how luxury brands thought about legacy and representation. "I can do this," I said, more to convince myself than him. "I know you can. That's why I'm not worried." Julian returned to his desk, pulling up something on his computer. "But there's something else we need to discuss. Trevor and Melissa." The names were like cold water. "What about them?" "They've been arrested." I sat down hard. "What?" Robert Chen filed criminal charges Friday: harassment, extortion, stalking, and for Trevor specifically, violation of his severance agreement. They were both arrested Saturday night. Julian's expression was grim satisfaction. "They're out on bail, but they're facing serious consequences. Robert thinks they'll take plea deals to avoid trial." Part of me felt vindicated. But another part, the part that remembered loving Trevor, or thinking I did, just felt sad. "I don't want to destroy them," I said quietly. "I just want them to leave me alone." And they will. The restraining orders are in effect. If either of them comes within 500 feet of you or contacts you in any way, they go to jail. You're protected, Simone. What about the other women Melissa extorted? The ones from Trevor's past? Robert's been in contact with them. 3 are willing to testify if it goes to trial. Melissa's pattern of behavior is well documented now. Julian leaned back in his chair. "This isn't just about you anymore. It's about stopping people who prey on women's fear of judgment and scandal." I thought about those other women, people I'd never met who'd been targeted by the same scheme. How many had paid rather than fight back? How many had let their lives be dictated by fear? I want to help them, I decided. If they need support during the legal process, someone to talk to who understands, I want to be available. Julian's expression softened with something that looked like pride. That's why I'm falling in love with you. Your first instinct is always to help, even when you're the one who was victimized. The words hung in the air between us, enormous and terrifying and wonderful. What did you just say? I whispered. He stood, moving around the desk to crouch in front of my chair, taking my hands in his. I said I'm falling in love with you. I know it's fast. I know we've only been dating officially for 3 days. But Simone, I'm 52 years old. I've had 2 marriages, countless relationships, decades of experience. And I know the difference between infatuation and the real thing. His thumbs brushed across my knuckles. This is the real thing. You're the real thing. And I'm not going to pretend I don't feel it just because the timeline doesn't fit conventional expectations. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst from my chest. Julian, You don't have to say it back. I'm not asking you to. I just needed you to know where I stand, what you mean to me. Take all the time you need to figure out how you feel. But I didn't need time. I'd known since Friday night, maybe even before that. I'd just been too scared to name it. I'm falling in love with you too, I said, my voice steady despite my racing pulse. And you're right. It's fast and probably illogical and definitely terrifying. But it's also the most honest thing I've felt in years. So yes, Julian. I'm falling too. His smile was brilliant, transforming his whole face. Well, that's convenient. Makes the whole relationship thing much easier. I laughed, pulling him up to kiss me again, and for a few perfect moments, we existed in a bubble where nothing mattered except this, us, this connection, this terrifying wonderful falling. A knock on the door broke the moment. Priya's voice came through, Mr. Cross, the executive team meeting starts in 5 minutes. We'll be right there, Julian called back, then turned to me with a rueful smile. Duty calls. But Simone, we're continuing this conversation tonight. Dinner at my place. I'll cook. You cook. I'm a man of many hidden talents. 7 p.m. I'll text you the address. The executive team meeting was routine. Quarterly numbers, upcoming campaigns, personnel updates. But halfway through, Eleanor from HR cleared her throat, looking uncomfortable. There's one more item we need to address. I've received a letter from Trevor Harrison's attorney threatening a wrongful termination lawsuit. His claiming his firing was retaliation for his relationship with Simone Carter ending, and that Mr. Cross's personal involvement with Ms. Carter created a conflict of interest that tainted the disciplinary process. The room went silent. I felt every eye turn toward me, toward Julian, assessing the accusation. Julian's expression didn't change. What's the legal team's assessment? Robert Chen spoke up. The lawsuit is frivolous and we'll have it dismissed. We have overwhelming documentation of Harrison's misconduct that had nothing to do with his relationship with Ms. Carter. The file theft alone is fireable. The credit stealing, the harassment, the violation of his severance agreement, any one of those is grounds for termination with cause. So why bring this to the executive team? Julian asked. Eleanor hesitated. Because Harrison's attorney is threatening to make this very public. They're planning to file the lawsuit with a press conference, claiming that Sterling and Cross has a culture of favoritism and that Ms. Carter's promotion is part of a pattern of inappropriate relationships influencing business decisions. My stomach dropped. This was Trevor's final play. If he was going down, he'd try to take me with him. Let me be very clear, Julian said, his voice carrying the steel that made him a formidable CEO. Trevor Harrison is a failed employee who stole his colleagues' work, harassed women, and violated legal agreements. If he wants to have a public battle about who has the moral high ground, we'll bury him in documentation. Robert, prepare a countersuit for defamation and malicious prosecution. And schedule our own press conference for the same day he schedules his. We're not playing defense on this. Mr. Cross, one of the senior VPs spoke up, Gerald Morrison, a man in his 60s who'd always struck me as old school and possibly skeptical of my rapid promotion. With respect, wouldn't it be cleaner to simply settle with Harrison? Pay him to go away quietly rather than drag the company through public litigation? No. Julian's voice was flat, Absolute. Because settling would validate his claims. It would suggest that Ms. Carter's promotion was inappropriate, that our company culture is problematic, that we have something to hide. None of that is true, and I won't let Harrison's lies become truth just because fighting back is inconvenient. But the optics. The optics, Julian interrupted, are that we're a company that promotes on merit, fires employees who break rules, and doesn't tolerate harassment or extortion. Those are good optics, Gerald. Unless you're suggesting we should prioritize Harrison's comfort over the truth. Gerald shifted uncomfortably but didn't respond. I found my voice, surprising myself. Mr. Morrison, I understand your concern about the company's reputation. But settling would also send a message to every other woman here that if a male colleague harasses them or steals their work, the company will pay to make the problem go away rather than stand behind the victim. Is that the culture you want? Gerald looked at me for a long moment, and I saw something shift in his expression. Reassessment, maybe, or grudging respect. No, he said finally. You're right. We fight this. The meeting continued, but I could barely focus. My mind was racing with the implications of Trevor's lawsuit, the upcoming press conference, the very real possibility that my name would be dragged through public scrutiny again. After the meeting adjourned, Julian caught my arm as I headed for the door. My office. Now. Once we were alone, he pulled me into his arms, and I let myself sink into his steady warmth. He's not going to win this, Julian said firmly. Trevor's desperate and grasping at straws. The lawsuit won't survive first contact with actual evidence. But the press conference will happen before it gets dismissed. He'll get to say whatever he wants, make whatever accusations, and even if is proven wrong later, the damage will be done. Then we get ahead of it. The Caldwell launch is next Monday. Trevor's press conference is scheduled for Thursday. What if we move our launch to Wednesday and use it to showcase your work? Let the industry see your strategic brilliance before Trevor gets a chance to sow doubt. I pulled back to look at him. You'd move a major campaign launch to protect me. I'd move mountains to protect you. But this isn't just protection, it's strategy. The best defense against lies is overwhelming truth. Your Caldwell campaign is that truth. Let's make sure everyone sees it. He was right. And the idea of facing Trevor's accusations with the evidence of my competence fresh in people's minds made the fear settle into something manageable. Okay. Let's do it. Move the launch to Wednesday. Julian kissed my forehead. That's my girl. Now go prepare the best presentation of your life. Show them who Simone Carter really is. I spent the rest of Monday and all of Tuesday in intense preparation mode. The Caldwell campaign had been months in development, but condensing it into a 30-minute presentation that would captivate media, industry leaders, and potential skeptics required careful calibration. Richard Caldwell came to Sterling and Cross Tuesday afternoon to review my presentation. We sat in my corner office, which still felt surreal, this space that was mine, and I walked him through every slide, every strategic decision, every connection between historical significance and modern relevance. When I finished, Richard was quiet for a long moment. My father would have wept, he said finally, his voice thick. This isn't just marketing, Simone. This is legacy preservation. Cultural reclamation. You've taken 70 years of history and made it relevant to people who weren't even born when we were at our peak. It's your history, I said. I just found a way to tell it that honors both where you've been and where you're going. And that, Richard said, is exactly why you're leading this presentation tomorrow. Not Julian. Not me. You. Because this is your vision, and you deserve to be the one who brings it to life. Tuesday evening, I went to Julian's penthouse apartment in Tribeca for the promised dinner. The space was stunning, exposed brick, floor-to-ceiling windows, modern furniture that managed to feel both expensive and comfortable. But what surprised me was how lived in it felt. Books everywhere, a guitar in the corner, photos of Claire at various ages scattered on surfaces. You actually live here, I said, taking it in. This isn't just a showpiece. This is home. The place where I'm just Julian, not the CEO. He was already in the kitchen, wearing jeans and a t-shirt, his sleeves rolled up as he chopped vegetables with practiced efficiency. Wine. Please. He poured us both glasses of red, then returned to cooking while I sat at the kitchen island watching him work. There was something intimate about this, seeing him in his private space, cooking for me, the domesticity of it all. What are you making? Coq. My mother's recipe. It's one of the few things I actually know how to cook well. He smiled over his shoulder. Fair warning, I'm going to need your help. I'm competent but not solitary in the kitchen. We cooked together, and it was easy, comfortable, him teaching me his mother's techniques, me chopping herbs while he told stories about learning to cook during his first marriage when money was tight and eating out wasn't an option. You were poor? I asked, surprised. Broke as hell. Sarah and I married at 23 with nothing but student loans and dreams. I was working 3 jobs, building Sterling and Cross in my spare time. We ate ramen for months. This coq was what we made for special occasions, her birthday, our anniversary, because chicken thighs were cheap but the recipe made them feel fancy. When did you become this? I gestured vaguely to encompass the penthouse, the wealth, the power. Gradually, then suddenly. Sterling and Cross grew slowly for the first 8 years. We were profitable but not wealthy. Then we landed a major account, a global rebrand for a tech company that exploded. That contract made us millions, and suddenly we were the firm everyone wanted. Within 3 years, we'd gone from 12 employees to 200. Within 5, I was a multimillionaire. And Sarah? His expression shadowed. Couldn't handle it. She'd married struggling Julian, who was home for dinner and took walks in the park and had time for conversations. But successful Julian worked 80-hour weeks, traveled constantly, was always on his phone. We grew apart. Wanted different things. She wanted the life we'd had when we were broke. I wanted to build an empire. He paused. In retrospect, she was probably right to leave. What about Victoria? Your second wife? Victoria was the opposite mistake. We were too compatible on paper, not compatible enough in reality. Same social circle, same goals, but no chemistry, no real connection. We looked perfect together, which was exactly the problem. It was all performance, no substance. He turned off the stove and plated our food with care, then led me to his dining table where candles were already lit. What about you? He asked as we settled in to eat. What do you want? Long term, I mean. Not just career, but life. I thought about the question, taking a bite of the coq, which was delicious, tender, and rich. I want to build something meaningful. Campaign work that matters, that changes how people think about representation and legacy and power. I hesitated, the next part feeling vulnerable to admit. I want a partnership where I don't have to shrink. Where success is celebrated, not threatening. Where I can be fully myself, ambitious and soft, strong and vulnerable, professional and romantic. That sounds perfect. Anything else? Eventually, maybe kids. Though I never thought I'd want that with Trevor, which should have been a sign. But with you. I met his eyes. I can actually imagine it. A family. A home. Building a life that's both ambitious and grounded. Julian reached across the table, taking my hand. I want that too. And Simone, I need you to know, I'm all in on this. On us. I'm not interested in casual or convenient. I'm interested in building something real that lasts. Even though I'm 26 and figuring things out and probably going to make mistakes. Especially because of that. Your willingness to grow, to be imperfect, to show up authentically, that's what makes this work. I don't need you to be perfect. I need you to be you. We finished dinner with easy conversation about everything and nothing. Books we'd loved, places we wanted to travel, embarrassing stories from our pasts. By the time we moved to his couch with after-dinner coffee, I felt more settled than I had in days. Julian pulled me against his side, and I curled into him, my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Scared about tomorrow? He asked, his fingers playing with my curls. Terrified. Excited. Both. Good. That means it matters. The things worth doing are always scary. Will you be there? At the press conference. I'll be in the front row, watching you shine. But Simone, this is your moment. Your campaign, your vision, your triumph. I'm just the guy who was smart enough to recognize your genius and get out of your way. I tilted my head up to kiss him, the angle awkward but the sentiment clear. You're more than that. You're my partner. In this and everything else. Yeah, he said, kissing me back more thoroughly. I really am. We spent the rest of the evening on his couch, talking, kissing, existing in that perfect bubble where the outside world couldn't touch us. By the time I needed to leave to get home for final presentation prep, it was nearly midnight. Julian walked me down to where his driver waited. "Tomorrow," he said, framing my face with his hands, "you're going to walk into that press conference and remind everyone why you're the best strategist in the industry. And then Thursday, we're going to watch Trevor Harrison's lawsuit collapse under the weight of his own lies. And then Friday, we're going to celebrate by doing absolutely nothing except being together. Deal? Deal. I love you, Simone Carter. In case I haven't mentioned it enough. I love you too. Even though it's insane and too fast and completely illogical. The best things always are. When did you stop waiting for permission to claim your success? What moment made you realize you were ready to step into your power? Share your story. Someone needs to hear it. Wednesday morning arrived with the kind of crystalline clarity that felt like a sign from the universe. I dressed in a tailored emerald suit, the color of growth, of money, of power, and stood before my mirror practicing the opening lines of my presentation. Good morning. My name is Simone Carter, Senior Campaign Strategist for Sterling & Cross, and I'm here to tell you a story about legacy, representation, and the women who changed the world in Caldwell Designs. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number made my blood run cold. Good luck with your little presentation today. Too bad no one will remember it after I'm done exposing you for the fraud you are. See you Thursday. T. Trevor. Violating his restraining order with a threatening message less than 12 hours before his press conference. I screenshot the message and forwarded it to Robert Chen, my hands shaking slightly. Then I looked back at my reflection, the emerald suit, the natural hair styled into a professional updo, the makeup that enhanced rather than hid. Trevor wanted me scared. Wanted me doubting myself, second-guessing, shrinking back into the small space he'd once confined me to. But I wasn't that woman anymore. I texted back a single word, "Watch me." Then I blocked his number, grabbed my presentation materials, and headed to face the industry that was about to see exactly who Simone Carter was. The press conference was being held at the Caldwell flagship store in Midtown, a stunning space with marble floors, Art Deco fixtures, and the kind of old-world elegance that whispered of different eras. Media had already gathered, major fashion publications, business reporters, bloggers with influential platforms, even a few TV cameras. I felt the weight of their attention, their judgment, their curiosity. Who was this young black woman claiming to reinvent a 70-year legacy? Richard Caldwell met me backstage, resplendent in a perfectly tailored suit, his silver hair immaculate. He took one look at my face and smiled. Nervous. Terrified. Good. Channel that into passion. They're not here to watch someone comfortable. They're here to watch someone who cares enough to be vulnerable. He squeezed my shoulder. My father used to say, the best salespeople aren't the smooth talkers. They're the true believers. You're a true believer, Simone. Let them see it. The moderator called us to the stage. The lights were bright, the room packed, the cameras rolling. I walked to the podium with Julian's voice in my head. This is your moment. I looked out at the sea of faces, some skeptical, some curious, some openly dismissive. I saw Julian in the front row, his expression calm and confident. I saw the Forbes journalist, Patricia Chen, with her recorder ready. I saw industry leaders whose approval could make or break careers. And I began. Good morning. My name is Simone Carter, and I'm here to tell you about the women you forgot. The ones who wore Caldwell while they marched for civil rights. The ones who stood before presidents in our designs while demanding equality. The ones who understood that elegance isn't about fitting in, it's about standing out with purpose. I clicked to the first slide, Dr. Dorothy Height in that stunning 1963 gown. This is Dr. Height. You might know her as a civil rights icon. But today, I want you to see her as something else, a woman who understood that how you present yourself is part of how you change the world. She didn't choose this Caldwell gown despite being an activist. She chose it because she was an activist. Because power deserves to be dressed accordingly. I moved through the presentation, each slide revealing another powerful woman, another moment of history, another connection between fashion and social change. I spoke about the campaign strategy, the museum partnership, the scholarship fund, the modern activists who would carry the legacy forward. But more than that, I spoke about why it mattered. For too long, luxury fashion has told a narrow story about who deserves elegance, who belongs in these spaces, who gets to define what sophistication looks like. Caldwell has the opportunity, and the responsibility, to tell a fuller story. One that includes the black women who wore these designs while literally changing the fabric of American society. I saw it happening in real time, the skeptical faces softening, the dismissive attendees leaning forward, the cameras focusing more intently. This wasn't just a marketing campaign. This was a cultural reckoning. When I finished, the room erupted in applause. Not polite obligatory clapping, but genuine enthusiastic response. Richard stood, his eyes wet with emotion, and pulled me into a hug that the cameras captured. "You did it," he whispered. "You didn't just save my company. You gave my father's legacy the honor it always deserved." The Q&A session was intense. Tough questions about execution, budget, measurable outcomes. But I answered each one with the confidence of someone who'd done the work, who knew the material inside and out, who believed utterly in the vision. Near the end, a reporter from a major business publication raised her hand. "Ms. Carter, there's been speculation about your rapid promotion at Sterling & Cross and suggestions that it's connected to your personal relationship with CEO Julian Cross. How do you respond to those who question whether you've actually earned your position?" The room went silent. This was the moment, the test of whether I'd shrink or stand tall. I looked directly at the reporter, then let my gaze sweep across the room. I respond by pointing to this presentation. To the Caldwell campaign you've just seen. To the 3 years of work I did before my promotion that anyone can review if they care about facts over gossip. And I respond by saying that the question itself reveals more about our cultural biases than it does about my qualifications. I leaned forward slightly, my voice firm but not defensive. We live in a world where a young woman's success is immediately attributed to her proximity to powerful men. Where professional achievement is automatically suspicious if she's also in a relationship. But here's what I know. I earned this position through years of excellent work that was stolen and uncredited. I earned it by seeing opportunities others missed and creating strategies that drive real results. And yes, I'm in a relationship with Julian Cross. Those two facts can both be true, and neither diminishes the other. The reporter started to ask a follow-up, but I wasn't finished. The real question isn't whether I've earned my position. The real question is why we're still asking successful women to prove they didn't sleep their way to the top when we never ask successful men to prove they're not failing upward on mediocrity and connections. I'm done answering that question. My work speaks for itself. If you can't hear it, that's your limitation, not mine. The room erupted, some in applause, some in shocked murmurs, some scrambling to update their live tweets. I saw Julian's face, and he was beaming with fierce pride. Patricia Chen stood up. Follow-up question, Ms. Carter. What advice would you give to other young women facing similar scrutiny? I smiled, feeling the power of this moment, this platform, this opportunity to speak truth. Stop shrinking. Stop apologizing for being excellent. Stop accepting the narrative that your success must have come from somewhere other than your own merit. Document your work, know your worth, and when someone tries to diminish you, bury them in evidence of your competence. And if you're in a relationship, own it. Love doesn't make you less professional. It makes you human. And there's power in refusing to separate those parts of yourself. The press conference ended 20 minutes later, but the impact was immediate and overwhelming. My phone exploded with messages, from colleagues congratulating me, from industry leaders requesting meetings, from women I'd never met thanking me for saying what they'd been afraid to voice. But the message that mattered most was from Julian. You just changed the entire conversation. I'm so proud of you I can't breathe. Dinner tonight? My place. I'm making reservations. To worship the ground you walk on. JC. I laughed, feeling giddy with adrenaline and triumph. Richard found me backstage. Simone, that was masterful. You didn't just present a campaign. You made a statement. The phones are already ringing. Stores want to host the exhibition. Magazines want interviews. This is going to be enormous. We did it, I said, still processing. We actually did it. You did it. This was your vision, your passion, your courage. He paused. And tomorrow, when Trevor Harrison holds his pathetic press conference, everyone will already know who you really are. You've taken away his power to define you. He was right. I'd gotten ahead of the narrative, controlled the story, shown the world my competence before Trevor could sow doubt. I'd won. Not against Trevor, though that was satisfying, but for myself. For every woman who'd been told her success was suspicious. For every person who'd been diminished by proximity to power. I'd stood up and claimed my space. And nothing, not Trevor's lawsuit, not tabloid speculation, not anonymous trolls, could take that away from me now. Thursday morning, I woke up in Julian's bed. It wasn't the first time. We'd spent every night together since the press conference, unable to be apart after the intensity of Wednesday's triumph. But this morning felt different. Waited with anticipation of what was coming, Trevor's press conference at 2 p.m., where he'd try one final desperate play to salvage his reputation by destroying mine. Julian was already awake, propped against the headboard with his laptop, reading through news coverage of the Caldwell launch. The morning light streaming through his floor-to-ceiling windows caught the silver in his hair, and I took a moment just to appreciate him, this man who'd seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it myself. "You're staring," he said without looking up from his screen, a smile playing at his lips. "I'm admiring. There's a difference." He set the laptop aside and pulled me closer, dropping a kiss on my forehead. "Want to see what they're saying about you? Is it good?" "It's extraordinary." He turned the laptop toward me. The headlines were overwhelming. Simone Carter's Caldwell campaign redefines luxury marketing, Forbes. How one strategist is reclaiming fashion history for Black women, Vogue. The Simone Carter effect, why authenticity is the new power move, Business Insider. Move over, Mad Men. Meet the woman revolutionizing brand strategy, Fast Company. Each article praised not just the campaign, but my press conference performance. Specifically the moment I'd called out the double standards faced by successful women. Clips of my response had gone viral on social media, shared hundreds of thousands of times with captions like, "This is what empowerment looks like," and she said what every woman in corporate America has been thinking. "Oh my God," I breathed, scrolling through the coverage. This is insane. This is what happens when you stop apologizing for your excellence. Julian kissed my temple. "You ready for round 2 today?" Trevor's press conference. I thought about it, really thought about whether I felt anxiety or dread. Instead, I felt something unexpected, pity. I almost feel sorry for him. He's about to stand up and claim I'm unqualified while every major publication in the country is running stories about my strategic genius. It's going to be humiliating. He made his choice. He could have moved on quietly, rebuilt his career elsewhere. Instead, he chose vindictiveness. Julian's expression hardened. Some people would rather drag others down than build themselves up. That's not your problem to solve. We got ready for work together, a domestic routine that felt both new and comfortable. Julian made coffee while I showered. I chose his tie while he made breakfast. Small intimacies that spoke to a future I was beginning to imagine. Mornings like this, stretched into years, building a life together that balanced ambition and partnership. At Sterling and Cross, the energy was electric. My presentation had elevated not just my profile but the entire company's reputation. We were suddenly the firm that championed diversity, that took bold creative risks, that promoted based on merit rather than tenure. Eleanor from HR stopped by my office mid-morning. "Simone, I wanted to tell you personally. We've received over 200 applications in the past 24 hours from talented women who saw your press conference and want to work somewhere that values what you demonstrated. You've changed this company's recruiting pipeline overnight." The magnitude of that impact made my throat tight. I hadn't just fought for myself. I'd opened doors for others. "That's incredible, Eleanor. Thank you for telling me." "No, thank you. For showing us what leadership actually looks like, not just managing, but inspiring." She paused at the door. "Also, between us? Watching you shut down that reporter's question about sleeping your way to success? I wanted to stand up and cheer. You said what I've been thinking for 30 years in HR but never had the platform to voice." After she left, I sat at my desk, staring out at the Manhattan skyline, trying to process how much had changed in just 5 weeks. 5 weeks ago, I was Trevor Harrison's invisible girlfriend. Today, I was being called a revolutionary strategist. My work was national news, and I was in love with a man who celebrated my success instead of feeling threatened by it. My phone buzzed. A text from Claire Cross, Julian's daughter, whom I still hadn't met in person but who'd been texting me regularly since the press conference. "Simone. Just watched your press conference for the third time. You're my new hero. Also, Dad won't shut up about you and it's adorable and slightly nauseating. Can we please have lunch soon? I need to meet the woman who made my father remember how to smile. Claire. I smiled, typing back, lunch sounds perfect. Next week. And your dad talks about you constantly too, so we're even. Simone. Her response was immediate. Deal. Fair warning, I'm going to interrogate you about your intentions. He's been hurt before and I'm protective. But I already like you for making him happy. See you soon. The idea of meeting Julian's daughter should have terrified me. Instead, it felt right, like another piece of our life together clicking into place. At 1:30 p.m., Julian appeared in my doorway. Ready. For what? Trevor's press conference. I've got it streaming in the main conference room. Figured we should watch it together. You, me, Robert Chen, Eleanor. Know what we're dealing with. I grabbed my coffee and followed him to the conference room where a small group had already gathered. Robert from legal, Eleanor from HR, and surprisingly, Richard Caldwell via video conference. Wouldn't miss this for the world, Richard said from the screen. After what that young man put you through, I want to see him face consequences. At exactly 2 p.m., Trevor's press conference began streaming on the large monitor. The setting was a small, dingy conference room in a budget hotel, a stark contrast to the elegant Caldwell flagship where I'd presented yesterday. Trevor sat at a cheap table with a lawyer beside him, a nervous-looking man in an ill-fitting suit who clearly wasn't top-tier representation. Trevor looked different. Thinner, with dark circles under his eyes, his usually impeccable grooming replaced by a rumpled appearance that suggested he was unraveling. But when he began speaking, his voice still carried that familiar arrogance. Thank you all for coming. My name is Trevor Harrison, and I'm here to expose the truth about Sterling and Cross and the corrupt practices that cost me my career. He launched into his narrative, a story where he was the victim of a vindictive ex-girlfriend who'd seduced the CEO to get ahead, where his firing was retaliation for their breakup, where I was a manipulative woman who'd stolen his ideas and claimed them as my own. It would have been convincing if it wasn't so easily disprovable. Trevor Harrison claims he developed the strategic frameworks that Simone Carter is now taking credit for, Trevor's lawyer read from a prepared statement. We have evidence that Ms. Carter's rapid promotion was directly tied to her personal relationship with Julian Cross, and that Sterling and Cross's investigation into Mr. Harrison's conduct was a sham designed to cover up their favoritism. I felt Julian tense beside me, but Robert Chen was already taking notes, a small smile playing at his lips. This is going to be fun to dismantle, Robert murmured. The press conference opened for questions, and immediately a reporter I recognized from yesterday raised her hand. Mr. Harrison, you claim Ms. Carter stole your ideas. But yesterday she presented a comprehensive campaign for Caldwell Fashion House that required months of historical research, strategic planning, and creative development. Can you provide evidence that you contributed to that campaign in any way? Trevor stumbled. The Caldwell campaign specifically wasn't mine, but the general approach, the strategic framework. Can you name the framework? Another reporter interrupted. Can you articulate the strategic principles she applied? I don't need to get into technical details to prove. Actually, you do, a third reporter cut in. Because Ms. Carter presented extensive documentation yesterday showing her research process, her strategic methodology, and her creative development timeline. If you claim credit for her approach, you should be able to explain it. Trevor was floundering now, his lawyer trying to intervene, but the reporters smelled blood. Mr. Harrison, are you aware that Sterling and Cross has published file histories showing that 73% of proposals you presented over 2 years were originally authored by Ms. Carter? That's, the file metadata can be manipulated. And that 6 colleagues have provided sworn testimony that they witnessed you taking credit for her work. Those people are biased, they're protecting the company. Including Ashley Wong, who was your friend and has no reason to lie on Ms. Carter's behalf. The press conference was devolving into chaos. Trevor's carefully constructed narrative was collapsing under the weight of documented evidence and hostile questioning. His lawyer tried to end the session, but Trevor grabbed the microphone one last time. You all saw those photos, he shouted, desperation making his voice crack. Simone Carter sleeping with Julian Cross to get ahead. That's the real story. She's a gold digger who... Mr. Harrison, a reporter interrupted coldly, are you aware that you're currently under criminal investigation for harassment and extortion? That those photos you reference were taken by your girlfriend, Melissa Richardson, who's also facing charges. That you're violating a restraining order by even mentioning Ms. Carter's name. Trevor went pale. His lawyer actually stood up and tried to physically remove him from the microphone, but Trevor pushed him away. This is a witch hunt. They're destroying me because I dared to speak up about corruption. Simone Carter is a fraud and Julian Cross is. The stream cut off abruptly, replaced by a technical difficulties message. The conference room at Sterling & Cross erupted in a mixture of laughter and disbelief. Well, Robert said dryly, that went even worse for him than I anticipated. He just defamed you on camera while admitting to violating his restraining order. I'll have criminal charges filed by end of business today. Did he seriously think that would work? Eleanor asked, shaking her head. After the Caldwell press conference, after all the positive coverage, after the documented evidence, did he really think people would believe his unsupported accusations? Desperation makes people stupid, Julian said. He's lost everything, his job, his reputation, his future in the industry, and he needed someone to blame other than himself. Richard Caldwell's voice came through the video conference. Simone, I apologize for what you've had to endure from that man. But if it's any consolation, he just destroyed any remaining credibility he might have had. No firm will touch him after this performance. The vindication should have felt sweet. Instead, I just felt sad, for the version of Trevor I'd thought I'd known, for the relationship I'd thought we'd had, for the waste of potential his bitterness had created. I need some air, I said, standing abruptly. Julian followed me out of the conference room, catching my elbow gently. You okay? Yeah, I know he deserved that. I know he brought it on himself. But seeing someone self-destruct so completely, even someone who tried to destroy me. I trailed off, unable to articulate the complex emotions. That's because you're a good person who doesn't enjoy watching people suffer, even when they've hurt you. Julian pulled me into his office and closed the door, giving us privacy. It's okay to feel complicated things about this. You don't have to perform vindication if you don't feel it. I sank into one of his chairs, and he crouched in front of me, taking my hands. Trevor made his choices. Simone. You didn't force him to lie, to harass you, to violate court orders. He did those things because he couldn't accept responsibility for his own failures. That's on him, not you. I know. Logically, I know. But I can't help thinking, what if I'd handled the breakup differently? What if I'd been gentler, or... No. Julian's voice was firm. You don't get to take responsibility for his actions. You ended a relationship that wasn't working. That's your right. How he chose to respond, with harassment, lies, and vindictiveness, that was his choice. His responsibility. He was right. I knew he was right. But it would take time for my emotions to catch up with my logic. Thank you, I said quietly, for understanding that I can be right and still feel bad about it. Always. He kissed my forehead. Now, what do you say we get out of here early? It's 3 p.m., you've had an emotionally exhausting week, and I have plans for us. What kind of plans? The kind that involve my couch, takeout from your favorite Thai place, terrible reality TV, and absolutely no talk of work or Trevor or press conferences. Just us, being normal humans who need to decompress. It sounded perfect. We were halfway through our second episode of a delightfully trashy dating show when my phone rang. Unknown number, but something made me answer. Ms. Carter? This is Detective Sarah Martinez with the NYPD. I'm calling about the restraining order violation and harassment charges against Trevor Harrison and Melissa Richardson. My stomach tightened. Julian muted the TV, immediately alert. Yes, detective. What's happened? Mr. Harrison was arrested approximately 30 minutes ago at his apartment. During the arrest, officers found evidence of additional crimes, specifically, a detailed plan to discredit you that included forged documents, manufactured evidence, and communication with tabloid journalists about fabricating a story. I felt Julian's hand find mine, squeezing gently. What kind of fabricated story? I can't share all the details yet, but it involved false claims about financial impropriety and allegations of corporate espionage. Mr. Harrison and Ms. Richardson were planning to release these fabrications to multiple media outlets tomorrow morning, time to undermine the positive press from your Caldwell campaign. My blood ran cold. If I hadn't moved the Caldwell launch forward, if the positive coverage hadn't already established my credibility, Trevor's lies might have gained traction. What happens now? Mr. Harrison is being charged with harassment, stalking, violation of restraining order, conspiracy to commit fraud, and attempted defamation. Ms. Richardson is facing similar charges. Given the severity and the evidence we've collected, the DA is pushing for significant jail time rather than probation. After the call ended, I sat in stunned silence. Julian pulled me against his chest, and I let myself process the reality. Trevor hadn't just been bitter about losing his job. He'd been actively plotting to destroy me, willing to commit crimes to salvage his ego. He really hated me that much, I said quietly. No. He hated himself that much. You were just the mirror that showed him who he really was, and he couldn't handle the reflection. Julian's arms tightened around me. But it's over now, Simone. He can't hurt you anymore. The legal system has him, and he's facing real consequences. Should I feel relieved? Victorious? You should feel however you feel. There's no right emotional response to learning someone you once cared about became capable of this level of malice. We sat like that for a long time, the TV show forgotten, just holding each other while I processed the end of a chapter I'd been trying to close for weeks. Eventually, Julian spoke again. Can I tell you something? Always. Watching you navigate all of this, the betrayal, the harassment, the public scrutiny, and still maintain your integrity, your kindness, your refusal to become bitter. I've never been more in love with anyone in my life. I pulled back to look at him, this man who'd somehow become my anchor in the storm. Even though I'm messy and confused and not handling this with perfect grace. Especially because of that. Perfect grace is a performance. What you're doing, feeling complex things, questioning yourself, being sad even though you won, that's real. And I love the real you more than any performed version could ever compete with. I love you too. So much it scares me sometimes. Good scared or bad scared? I considered the question. Good scared. The kind that means I'm risking something that matters instead of playing it safe. Then let's keep being good scared together. He kissed me, slow and deep and full of promise. And tomorrow, when we wake up, Trevor will be someone else's problem and we'll get to just be us. How does that sound? Perfect. Have you ever had to choose between bitter vindication and gracious victory? How did you navigate that tension? Your wisdom might help someone else find their way through. Friday morning brought unexpected developments. I woke to dozens of messages from colleagues, friends, and even strangers expressing support and sharing their own stories of workplace harassment and retaliation. But the most significant message was from Patricia Chen, the Forbes journalist who championed my story from the beginning. Simone, I've been contacted by several major publishers interested in you writing a book about your experience, specifically about navigating sexism, harassment, and rapid success in corporate America. Are you interested? This could be huge. Patricia. A book. The idea was overwhelming and thrilling in equal measure. I showed the message to Julian over coffee in his kitchen, another morning routine that was becoming beautifully ordinary. What do you think? I asked. I think it's an incredible opportunity. But more importantly, what do you think? Is this something you want to do? I thought about all the women who'd reached out after my press conference, saying I'd given them courage to speak up about their own situations. About the young professionals who'd sent messages saying they'd been in relationships like mine with Trevor and hadn't realized it was wrong until they saw my story. I want to do it, I decided. Not because I want attention or fame, but because if my experience can help other people recognize toxic patterns and find the courage to leave, yeah, that matters. Then do it. I'll support you however you need, read drafts, offer advice, or just stay out of your way while you write. What about the optics? People will say I'm capitalizing on drama, or exploiting my relationship with you, or... People will always have opinions. The question is whether you're going to let their potential opinions stop you from doing something meaningful. Julian set down his coffee cup. Simone, you've spent your whole life trying to anticipate criticism and avoid it. What if you just did what felt right and let the critics exhaust themselves? He was right. I was still seeking permission, still trying to preemptively defend choices I hadn't even made yet. Okay. I'll do it. I'll write the book. Julian's smile was proud and fierce. That's my girl. Now, We have exactly 45 minutes before we need to leave for the office, and I have some thoughts about how we should spend that time. His meaning was clear, and I laughed as he pulled me back toward the bedroom, the book forgotten in favor of more immediate pleasures. At Sterling and Cross, the energy had shifted. The Trevor situation was resolved, the Caldwell campaign was a massive success, and I'd somehow become the face of a movement I hadn't intended to start. Eleanor stopped by my office mid-morning with news. "Simone, the board of directors wants to meet with you." My stomach dropped. "Why? Am I in trouble?" "Quite the opposite. They want to discuss your long-term trajectory at the company." She smiled. "Between us? They're talking about creating a new C-suite position, Chief Strategy Officer. And they want you." I sat down hard. "I'm 26. And you're the most talented strategist we've had in 20 years. Age is just a number when you're changing the industry." Eleanor's expression turned serious. "But I need to ask, are you prepared for what comes with that kind of position? More scrutiny, more pressure, more visibility." I thought about the past 5 weeks. About surviving Trevor's betrayal, enduring public character assassination, standing up at press conferences and claiming my expertise. About falling in love with Julian while the world watched and judged. I don't think anyone's ever fully prepared for positions like that. But I'm willing to grow into it. To learn, to work my ass off, to prove I belong there. I met Eleanor's eyes. "And I'm done apologizing for being young or ambitious or wanting more." "Good. That's exactly the answer they want to hear." She headed for the door, then paused. "For what it's worth, Simone, watching you own your power this past month has been inspiring. You've reminded me why I got into HR in the first place, to help talented people shine." After she left, I sat at my desk trying to process this new possibility. Chief Strategy Officer. C-suite. A position that would put me on equal footing with the most powerful executives in the company. 5 weeks ago, I'd been a junior account manager dating a man who made me feel worthless. Today, I was being considered for C-suite while in a relationship with a man who celebrated my success. The transformation was dizzying. My phone buzzed. "Julian, heard about the board meeting. CSO Simone Carter has a nice ring to it. Don't overthink this. You've earned it. JC." I smiled, typing back, "How did you already know about the board meeting? It happened 10 minutes ago. I'm the CEO. I know everything. Also, I may have strongly suggested they create the position specifically for you. You're welcome. JC. Julian Cross, did you manipulate the board for me?" I simply pointed out that we had a strategic gap at the executive level and a brilliant strategist already on staff who could fill it. What they did with that information was entirely their choice. JC. You're impossible. You love me anyway. Lunch? I have news about Claire. She's demanding to meet you this weekend. No pressure. JC. Meeting his daughter. The next major step in our relationship, the one that would make this undeniably serious and real and committed. I'd love to meet her. Saturday. Perfect. She suggested brunch at her favorite place in Brooklyn. Fair warning, she will interrogate you mercilessly about whether you're good enough for me. JC. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Me interrogating her about whether you're good enough for me. I like the way you think. But seriously, she's going to love you. She already does, based on your press conference alone. JC. The rest of Friday passed in a blur of meetings, campaign planning, and fielding calls from the publishers Patricia had mentioned. By the time 6 p.m. rolled around, I was exhausted but satisfied, the good kind of tired that comes from doing meaningful work. Julian was waiting by the elevators when I left my office, and we rode down together, his hand finding mine as soon as the doors closed. "How was your day, CSO Carter?" he asked, grinning. "Don't jinx it. I haven't officially been offered the position yet. You will be. Monday morning, my guess. The board just needs to formalize the paperwork." We exited into the lobby, and I was surprised to find a crowd gathered, colleagues from multiple departments, all smiling and holding glasses of champagne. "What is this?" I asked. Ashley stepped forward, grinning. "This is us celebrating you. The Caldwell campaign, the press conference, everything you've accomplished. We figured you deserved a proper toast." Someone handed me a glass, and Ashley raised hers high. "To Simone Carter, who showed all of us what's possible when you stop apologizing for being brilliant. Thank you for making Sterling and Cross a place where women can actually thrive. The toast was echoed by dozens of voices, and I felt tears prick my eyes. This wasn't about Trevor or vindication or proving doubters wrong. This was about being seen and valued by people whose respect I genuinely wanted. Julian's arm came around my waist, and I leaned into him, letting myself feel the full weight of this moment, surrounded by supportive colleagues, celebrated for work I was proud of, loved by a man who made me better. Thank you, I said, my voice carrying across the lobby. All of you. For seeing me, for supporting me, for being the kind of colleagues who make work feel like more than just a job. This matters more than you know. We stayed for another hour, drinking champagne and sharing stories, before Julian finally pulled me away. I promised you a quiet weekend, he said as we walked toward his waiting car. No work, no drama, just us. Ready. So ready. But as we drove toward his Tribeca penthouse, my phone buzzed one more time. A news alert. Trevor Harrison and Melissa Richardson plead guilty to harassment charges, face sentencing next month. I showed Julian the notification, and he squeezed my hand. It's really over, I said, the reality settling in. He's actually facing consequences. He is. And you can finally close that chapter completely. Julian glanced at me. How does it feel? I thought about it, really thought about the complex tangle of emotions. Relief. Yes. Vindication. Absolutely. But also sadness for what had been lost, gratitude for what had been found, and overwhelming hope for what came next. It feels like the end of something painful and the beginning of something extraordinary, I said finally. Good. Because the extraordinary part? That's just getting started. Saturday morning, I stood outside a trendy brunch spot in Brooklyn, my palms sweating despite the mild spring weather. Inside, Julian's daughter Claire was waiting to meet me, to assess whether I was worthy of her father, whether my intentions were genuine, whether I could be trusted with his heart. No pressure. Julian stood beside me, looking amused at my obvious nervousness. She's not going to bite. Are you sure? Because I've heard she's protective. Very protective. But she's also fair. And she already likes you based on your press conference performance, so you're starting from a position of strength. What if she decides I'm not good enough for you? Julian turned me to face him, his hands framing my face. Then I'd respectfully disagree with her assessment and continue dating you anyway. Simone, I love my daughter more than anything in this world. But I'm also 52 years old and capable of making my own relationship decisions. Her opinion matters to me, but it's not determinative. Still, I want her to like me. I want her approval. I know. And that desire to have my daughter's blessing? That tells me everything I need to know about your intentions. He kissed me softly. Now let's go inside before she thinks we're making out in the street and gets the wrong idea about me. Pretty sure she already knows you're capable of public affection, I pointed out, thinking of all the photos that had circulated. Fair point. Let's go. We walked inside, and I immediately spotted her, sitting at a corner booth, looking up from her phone with an assessing expression that was pure Julian. Claire Cross was 28, with her father's dark hair and sharp features, dressed casually in jeans and a sweater that suggested she wasn't trying to intimidate but also wasn't trying too hard to impress. She stood when she saw us, and I noticed she was several inches taller than me, with a kind of natural confidence that came from surviving hell and coming out stronger. Dad, she said, hugging Julian warmly. Then she turned to me, and I saw her eyes do a quick assessment. Not judgmental, just curious. And you must be the woman who made my father remember his human and not just a CEO robot. I laughed despite my nerves. I'm Simone. It's really nice to finally meet you. Claire. And same. I've been dying to meet the woman who told Trevor Harrison to kick rocks and then showed up to a press conference ready to eat the patriarchy for breakfast. We sat, and a waiter immediately appeared with menus and coffee. For a few minutes, we focused on ordering eggs Benedict for Claire, avocado toast for me, a full breakfast spread for Julian. Then Claire set down her menu and looked at me directly. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to ask you some uncomfortable questions because my dad has a habit of falling for people who look good on paper but turn out to be terrible in practice. No offense, Dad. None taken, Julian said mildly, sipping his coffee. So, Claire continued, focusing on me. Why do you want to be with my father? And don't give me some generic answer about him being successful or charming or whatever. I want the real reason. I appreciated the directness. It felt like something Julian would do, cut through pretense to get to truth. Because he sees me, I said honestly. Not the version I perform to be acceptable, but the actual me, ambitious and insecure, confident and questioning, professional and messy. He makes space for all of it instead of asking me to choose which parts to show. And when I'm with him, I feel like I can be fully myself without apology. Claire studied me for a long moment. That's a good answer. Follow-up. What happens when the honeymoon phase ends and you see his flaws? When you realize he works too much, gets obsessive about projects, can be emotionally distant when he's stressed. Then I'll probably call him out on it, we'll fight about it, and we'll figure out how to navigate it together. Because relationships aren't about being perfect, they're about being willing to work through imperfections. I paused. And honestly, I already see some of those flaws. The workaholic thing is obvious. But I'm ambitious too, so I understand it. The key is making sure we both prioritize the relationship even when work is demanding. And the age difference? 26 years is significant. It is. And sometimes I think about what it means long term, that statistically, I'll probably outlive him by decades, that our cultural references are different, that I'm still figuring out who I am while he's established. I glanced at Julian, who was watching our exchange with interest. But I also think about the fact that he challenges me intellectually in ways no one my age has. That our values align even if our experiences differ. That age is only one factor in compatibility, not the determining one. Claire nodded slowly, and I saw something in her expression shift. Approval, maybe, or at least acceptance. Last question, and this is the important one. My dad's been hurt before. Badly. He doesn't show it. He's too proud and too guarded. But his first marriage ended with him questioning everything about himself. And his second marriage almost destroyed his ability to trust. If you're going to be with him, I need to know you're in it for real. Not for the money, not for the status, not for the career benefits. But for him. The actual person. The question hung in the air, weighted with all the pain Julian had experienced, all the ways he'd been let down by people who claimed to love him. I looked at Julian, this man who'd become my anchor, my champion, my partner. Who'd seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it. Who'd fought for me, stood beside me, celebrated my victories without feeling threatened. Claire, I can't promise I'll never hurt him. People hurt each other sometimes even when they're trying not to. But I can promise that I'm not with him for his money. I'm making my own now. I'm not with him for status. I've built my own credibility. And I'm not with him for career benefits. I earned my position before we even started dating. I met her eyes. I'm with him because he makes me want to be braver, smarter, more myself. Because when I picture my future, he's in it. Because I love him, not the idea of him, not what he represents, but the actual complicated, messy human he is. Claire was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled, genuine and warm. Okay. You pass. I pass. You pass. You're good for him. I can see it in how he looks at you, how relaxed he is around you, how you challenge him without trying to change him. She turned to Julian. Dad, I approve. Don't screw this up. Julian laughed, the sound relieved and happy. I'll do my best. The rest of brunch was easier, conversation flowing naturally about Claire's non-profit work, my book deal, Julian's plans to step back slightly from day-to-day operations to focus on strategic vision. Claire told embarrassing stories about Julian's failed attempts at cooking during her teenage years. Julian shared stories about Claire's high school activism phase when she chained herself to a tree to protest deforestation. By the time we finished eating, I felt like I'd known Claire for years instead of hours. She was sharp, funny, protective, and genuinely interested in building a relationship with me beyond just tolerating me for her father's sake. As we prepared to leave, Claire pulled me aside while Julian paid the check. Thank you, she said quietly. For what? For making him happy again. For showing him he could have something real instead of just performing a relationship. Her eyes glistened slightly. After my suicide attempt, he blamed himself for being too focused on work to notice I was struggling. He threw himself even deeper into work after that, using the company as an excuse to avoid emotional vulnerability. I've been worried he'd stay that way forever. She gripped my hand. But with you, he's different. Lighter. More present. He actually talks about having a future instead of just managing the present. That's because of you. I felt tears prick my own eyes. He did the same for me. When I met him, I'd forgotten I was worth fighting for. He reminded me. Then I guess you saved each other. Which is exactly what the best relationships do. Claire hugged me tightly. Welcome to the family, Simone. For real. The conference room on the 20th floor of Sterling & Cross was filled with the kind of nervous energy that precedes major announcements. I sat at the massive table beside Julian, across from the entire board of directors, trying to keep my hands from shaking. Today was the day. The official announcement. Gerald Morrison, the senior VP who'd once questioned whether we should settle with Trevor rather than fight, cleared his throat and smiled at me. 6 months of watching me deliver results had transformed his skepticism into genuine respect. Ms. Carter, the board has reviewed your performance over the past 6 months extensively. The Caldwell campaign exceeded all projected outcomes, 23% increase in brand recognition, 15% increase in sales, and most significantly, a complete repositioning of Caldwell as a culturally relevant luxury brand. You've also successfully led campaigns for 3 additional clients, all exceeding expectations. He paused, and I felt Julian's hand briefly squeeze mine under the table, a gesture of support and pride. Therefore, it is the unanimous decision of this board to offer you the position of Chief Strategy Officer, effective immediately. Welcome to the C-suite, Ms. Carter. The room erupted in applause. I stood, my legs somehow steady despite the earthquake of emotion happening inside me, and shook hands with each board member. Chief Strategy Officer. CSO. 27 years old and sitting at the executive table. After the formal meeting ended, Julian walked me back to my office, which would soon be upgraded to an even larger space on the executive floor, complete with a view that rivaled his own. How does it feel? He asked, closing my door to give us privacy. Terrifying. Exhilarating. Like I might throw up or cry or possibly both. He laughed, pulling me into his arms. That's the right response. Complacency is the enemy of excellence. You said that to me 6 months ago, the day after Trevor's disaster of a press conference. And it's still true. You've never been complacent, Simone. That's why you're here. He pulled back to look at me seriously. I need you to know something. This promotion? I didn't influence it. I deliberately recused myself from the vote because I didn't want anyone to question whether you earned this. I know. Eleanor told me. She said you actually left the room when they discussed my candidacy. Because you needed to earn this on your own merits, without any suggestion of favoritism. And you did. Unanimously. Even Gerald Morrison, who was skeptical 6 months ago, said you were the most talented strategist he'd seen in 40 years in the industry. The validation made my throat tight with emotion. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Yes, you could have. You just would have taken a different path. I gave you an opportunity, but you're the one who seized it and ran with it. His grey eyes were warm with affection and pride. Now, CSO Carter, what do you say we celebrate? Dinner tonight at the place where this all started. Marcello's. Marcello's. Where I first saw you decide you deserved better than Trevor Harrison. Where everything changed. I'd love that. But first, I pulled out my phone, opening the email I'd been waiting for all morning. I have to share some news with you too. I handed him my phone, and watched his face transform as he read the email from my literary agent. Simone, I'm thrilled to inform you that we've accepted an offer from Random House for your book, Uncredited, My Journey from Invisible to Invaluable. They're offering a 3-book deal with a significant advance. They want to publish next fall, with an accompanying speaking tour. Congratulations, you're officially a published author. Rachel. Julian looked up from the phone, his expression a mixture of pride and awe. A 3-book deal? Simone, that's incredible. I know. I can barely process it. The advance alone is more than I made in my first 3 years at Sterling & Cross combined. You're going to inspire so many people with this book. Women who are in situations like you were with Trevor, who don't realize they deserve better. Young professionals who are having their work stolen. Anyone who's been made to feel small. He pulled me close again. I'm so damn proud of you. The publisher wants to time the release with my 1-year anniversary as CSO. Build it into a narrative about rapid professional ascension and personal transformation. Smart marketing. Though I imagine they'll also want to address our relationship. I nodded. Rachel said they're interested in the full story, how falling in love with you was part of reclaiming my worth, how a healthy relationship can coexist with professional ambition, how we've navigated the scrutiny and built something real. And you're comfortable sharing that publicly. It was a fair question. A year ago, I would have been terrified of exposing my personal life to judgment. But I'd spent the past 6 months learning that authenticity was more powerful than performance, that vulnerability shared was strength multiplied. Because our story might help other people recognize what healthy partnership actually looks like. Show them that you don't have to choose between career success and romantic fulfillment. I paused. Unless you're not comfortable with it, I won't include details about us without your permission. Julian considered for a moment, then smiled. Include whatever feels true and important. I'm not afraid of people knowing I'm in love with you. In fact, he pulled something from his pocket, and my heart stopped. It was a small velvet box. Julian. Wait. Before you panic, this isn't what you think. Not yet. He opened the box to reveal not an engagement ring, but a delicate gold necklace with a small compass pendant. This is a promise. That wherever your career takes you, wherever your writing leads you, wherever life pulls us, we navigate it together. You're my true north, Simone. And I wanted you to have a reminder of that. I felt tears spill over as he fastened the necklace around my neck, the pendant settling just above my heart. It's perfect. You're perfect. I couldn't find words adequate to the moment, so I just kissed him, pouring everything I felt into the gesture. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Julian rested his forehead against mine. When you're ready, and only when you're ready, I'm going to ask you to marry me. Fair warning. When I'm ready, I'm going to say yes. Fair warning back. He laughed, the sound full of joy and promise. Good to know. Now, shall we get back to work before people start gossiping about the CSO making out with the CEO in her office? Pretty sure they already assume that's happening regularly. Well, we wouldn't want to disappoint expectations. That evening at Marcello's felt like coming full circle. We sat at the same corner booth where we'd had our first professional dinner 6 months ago, back when I was still processing Trevor's betrayal, still uncertain of my worth, still learning to trust that Julian's interest in me was genuine. Remember the first time we sat here? Julian asked, echoing my thoughts. You were so guarded, so ready to bolt at the first sign of anything resembling Trevor's manipulation. I thought you were too good to be true. Successful, attractive, interested in me. It felt like a setup for inevitable disappointment. And now? I looked at this man who'd become my partner in every sense, professional collaborator, romantic love, best friend. Who'd seen me at my worst and my best and loved me through both. Now I know you're definitely too good to be true, but I'm keeping you anyway. He laughed, reaching across the table to take my hand. I'll take it. Our waiter, the same one who'd served us 6 months ago, approached with a smile of recognition. Ms. Carter, Mr. Cross. Wonderful to see you both again. Celebrating something special tonight. CSO promotion, Julian said proudly. Your best champagne, please. As the waiter left, my phone buzzed with a text from Claire. Dad just told me about your promotion. Congrats. We need to celebrate properly this weekend. Dinner at my place. I'm cooking, badly, but with love. You, Dad, and I can toast to the Carter Cross power couple. See. I showed Julian the message, warmth flooding through me at how completely Claire had embraced our relationship. Over the past 6 months, she and I had developed our own friendship independent of Julian. Regular coffee dates, long conversations about her non-profit work and my book, the kind of genuine connection that felt like family rather than obligation. She's going to poison us with her cooking, Julian said fondly. But we'll eat it and pretend it's delicious because we love her. Agreed. Though maybe we bring a backup pizza just in case. Smart thinking. This is why you're CSO material. The champagne arrived, and Julian raised his glass. To Simone Carter, who walked into my life 6 months ago trying to make herself invisible and ended up becoming the most visible force for change this company has ever seen. To the woman who taught me that falling in love doesn't mean losing yourself, it means finding the person who helps you become more yourself. And to the future, ours, together, whatever shape it takes. I clinked my glass against his, my heart so full it felt like it might burst. To the future. And to you, for seeing me when I'd stopped seeing myself. We were halfway through our meal when my phone rang. Patricia Chen, the Forbes journalist who'd become something of a friend over the past months. Simone, I hope I'm not interrupting dinner, but I needed to tell you immediately. Trevor Harrison's sentencing was today. My stomach tightened. I deliberately avoided following the court proceedings, wanting to move forward rather than dwell on Trevor's consequences. But now that the moment had arrived, I found myself holding my breath. What happened? 2 years in prison, 3 years probation after release, mandatory therapy, and a permanent restraining order preventing him from contacting you. Melissa Richardson got 18 months and similar probation terms. Patricia paused. The judge specifically cited your victim impact statement. She said your words about the long-term effects of harassment and the importance of accountability influenced her decision to reject the plea deal and impose harsher sentences. I'd written that statement months ago, at Robert Chen's request. It had been painful, excavating all the ways Trevor's manipulation had affected me, the self-doubt, the diminished sense of worth, the months of therapy needed to rebuild my confidence. But I'd wanted the court to understand that harassment wasn't just about the immediate actions. It was about the lasting damage to someone's sense of self. How do you feel? Patricia asked gently. Relieved. Sad that it had to come to this. But mostly just, ready to close this chapter completely. After we hung up, Julian was watching me with concern. You okay? Yeah. It's just surreal. 6 months ago, Trevor was trying to destroy me. Now he's in prison, and I'm CSO. The reversal is almost too complete. That's what happens when you stop letting fear dictate your choices and start living in your truth. The universe has a way of rewarding authenticity. When did you become so philosophical? I've always been philosophical. You just bring it out more. He reached across the table again. Simone, I know you wanted to move past Trevor's story, but can I say something about it? Of course. What you went through with him, the manipulation, the theft of your work, the attempt to destroy your reputation, you could have let that make you bitter. Closed off. Unwilling to trust anyone again, especially not another powerful man in your professional sphere. His thumb brushed across my knuckles. But you didn't. You stayed open. You took a risk on me despite every rational reason to be cautious. That courage, to love again after being betrayed, that's what I admire most about you. I took a risk on you because you made it safe to risk. Because you showed me, consistently, that you were different. We took risks on each other. And look what we built. We finished dinner in comfortable conversation, talking about my book outline, his plans to mentor more young executives, Claire's non-profit expansion, the vacation we were planning to Italy in the fall. Normal couple things, the kind of mundane planning that somehow felt profound because it assumed a shared future. As we left Marcello's, Julian's driver waited to take us back to his penthouse, which had become our place over the past few months, though I still technically kept my Brooklyn apartment for the pretense of maintaining separate residences. Move in with me, Julian said suddenly as we settled into the back seat. Officially. Stop pretending you live in Brooklyn when your toothbrush, half your closet, and most of your books are at my place. I laughed at the directness. Very romantic proposal, Mr. Cross. I can do romantic if you want. Rose petals, champagne, a heartfelt speech about how I can't imagine waking up without you beside me. His expression turned serious. But the truth is simpler. I love you. I want you in my space, my life, my future. Not as a guest, but as a partner. So yes, move in with me. Make it official. What about the optics? People already speculate that I got promoted because we're together. Simone. He waited until I met his eyes. When are you going to stop worrying about what people think and start living the life you want? You've proven your competence 10 times over. You've earned your position through documented excellence. Anyone who still questions it is operating from bias you can't control. So stop letting their potential opinions dictate your choices. He was right. Again. I'd spent so much of my life trying to avoid criticism that I'd forgotten to actually live. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll move in with you. Officially. Let's scandalize the gossips together. His smile was brilliant. Best decision you've made all day. Second best being the CSO position. Actually, agreeing to move in with you is the best decision. The CSO thing is only second. I'll take it. When did you stop letting fear of judgment control your happiness? What moment made you realize other people's opinions mattered less than your own peace? Share your liberation story. We spent that night packing up my Brooklyn apartment. Or rather, I packed while Julian mostly got in the way by distracting me with kisses and commentary on my book collection. You own 3 copies of I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, he observed, holding up the books. Any particular reason? One's my original copy from high school. One's the edition with Maya Angelou's personal annotations that I bought in college. And one's the special edition Richard Caldwell gave me after the campaign launch, signed by Maya Angelou herself, worth more than my car. Julian carefully set down the books. And that's why I love you. You value stories and words and wisdom over things. Says the man with a Bentley and a penthouse. Fair point. But I also value stories and words and wisdom. That's why I'm dating a future best-selling author instead of someone whose only interest is social status. You mean I'm not with you for your money and power? I gasped dramatically. Shocking revelation. Someone alert the tabloids. He pulled me close, and we swayed there in my half-packed apartment, surrounded by boxes and memories, dancing to music only we could hear. Seriously, though, Julian said after a moment. Thank you for taking this leap with me. For trusting me enough to build a life together. Thank you for being worth the leap. By midnight, we'd packed everything essential. My books, clothes, the few pieces of furniture worth keeping. The rest would be donated or left for the next tenant. I took one last look at the studio apartment that had been my home for 3 years, where I'd cried over Trevor, rebuilt myself, and learned what I was actually worth. Goodbye, old life, I whispered. Julian's arm came around my waist. Hello, new one. The book launch party for Uncredited, My Journey from Invisible to Invaluable, was held at the main branch of the New York Public Library, a stunning space with marble columns, soaring ceilings, and the kind of gravitas that made the event feel significant rather than just promotional. I stood near the entrance, greeting guests as they arrived, still slightly in shock that this was my reality. My book, my launch party, my name on a bestseller list, would hit the New York Times list in pre-orders alone. The room filled with faces that represented my journey, colleagues from Sterling and Cross, led by Julian, who'd closed the office early so everyone could attend. Richard Caldwell, now a close friend and mentor. Patricia Chen and the other journalists who'd championed my story. Ashley, Marcus the security guard, Eleanor from HR, even Gerald Morrison. Claire arrived with her girlfriend, a warm, funny woman named Keisha who ran a domestic violence shelter and had immediately bonded with me over shared experiences of surviving toxic relationships. Simone. Claire hugged me tightly. The book is incredible. I finished it in one sitting and called Dad crying at 3 a.m. I apologized for that, Julian said, appearing beside us with champagne. But yes, the book is extraordinary. You've already got people reaching out to Sterling and Cross asking how to implement your recommended accountability practices. And my nonprofit has received a dozen calls from women who read advance copies and want to share their stories, Claire added. You've started a movement, Simone. The event coordinator signaled that it was time for the reading and Q&A. I made my way to the small stage they'd set up, looking out at the sea of supportive faces, and felt a wave of emotion. A year and a half ago, I'd been a junior account manager dating a man who made me feel worthless. Today, I was CSO of Sterling and Cross, a published author, living with the man I loved, and using my platform to help others recognize and escape toxic patterns. The transformation was still sometimes hard to believe. I opened my book to the chapter I'd chosen to read, the one about the elevator conversation with Julian that had changed everything. Why did you let him take credit? Julian Cross asked me in an elevator, and the question shattered the careful performance I'd been maintaining for years. Because the truth was, I hadn't let Trevor take credit. I'd been taught that letting others shine was generous, that claiming my own work was aggressive, that being low maintenance meant accepting less than I deserved. As I read, I watched the audience. Women nodding in recognition. Men looking uncomfortable with realization. Everyone engaged with the story of how easy it was to lose yourself when you've been conditioned to believe your value lay in making others comfortable. The Q&A afterward was intense. Questions about how to recognize manipulation, how to document your work, how to leave toxic situations, how to rebuild after betrayal. I answered each one honestly, sharing not just the triumphant moments but the messy, difficult parts of recovery. Near the end, a young woman in the back raised her hand. She looked like she'd been crying. "Ms. Carter, I'm currently in a relationship like you described with Trevor. My boyfriend takes credit for my work, makes me feel like I should be grateful he's with me, and I keep making excuses for him because I love him. How did you find the courage to leave?" The room went silent. Every eye turned to me, waiting for wisdom I wasn't sure I possessed. "I didn't find courage all at once," I said honestly. "It was gradual. First, I had to recognize the pattern, which took way too long because I'd normalized the behavior. Then I had to believe I deserved better, which was hard when someone you love has spent months telling you you're lucky they tolerate you. And finally, I had to act, which was terrifying because leaving meant admitting I'd wasted time on someone who didn't value me." I paused, looking directly at her. "But here's what I learned. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing the right thing despite being terrified. And you don't need to find all the courage at once. You just need enough to take the next small step. Document your work. Talk to someone you trust. Start believing that you deserve a partner who celebrates your success instead of stealing it. And when you're ready, when it's safe, take the step of leaving." The young woman nodded, tears streaming down her face. After the event, she approached me privately, and I gave her the contact information for Claire's nonprofit and several other resources. Watching her walk away with hope in her eyes made every difficult moment of writing the book worthwhile. As the crowd thinned and the event wound down, Julian found me standing alone near the library's famous reading room. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asked, sliding his arm around my waist. "Just thinking about how far I've come. How different my life is from what I thought it would be. Better or worse? So much better it's almost scary. Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop." He turned me to face him, his expression serious. "Simone, you've earned every good thing in your life. The promotion, the book deal, the relationship, all of it. Stop waiting for punishment that isn't coming. Just let yourself be happy." "I am happy. Deliriously happy. That's what scares me." "Then be scared and happy simultaneously. Both can be true." He pulled something from his pocket, and my heart stopped for the second time in a year. This time, it was definitely a ring box. "Julian." "I know. I said I'd wait until you were ready. But Simone, I've watched you over the past year and a half become the most incredible version of yourself. I've watched you fight for your worth, claim your power, and use your platform to help others. I've watched you write a book that's already changing lives. And through it all, I've loved you more with each passing day." He opened the box, revealing a stunning emerald-cut diamond that caught the library's ambient light and scattered it into rainbows. "I'm 53 years old. I've had 2 failed marriages, built an empire, raised a daughter, made every mistake there is to make. And through all of it, I've learned one fundamental truth. Life is short, and when you find the person who makes every day better, you hold on to them." He knelt, right there in the New York Public Library, surrounded by the books and stories that had shaped both of us. "Simone Carter, you are the love of my life. My partner, my best friend, the person who challenges me and supports me and makes me want to be better than I was yesterday. Will you marry me?" I looked down at this man, this complicated, brilliant, generous man who'd seen my worth when I'd stopped seeing it. Who'd fought for me, stood beside me, loved me through transformation and triumph and everyday ordinary moments. "Yes," I said, my voice steady despite the tears streaming down my face. "Yes, Julian Cross, I will absolutely marry you." He slid the ring onto my finger, and it fit perfectly, like everything else about us, somehow right despite all the rational reasons it shouldn't be. The handful of guests still remaining erupted in applause. Claire was sobbing happily. Patricia Chen was already on her phone, probably tweeting the engagement. And Julian pulled me into a kiss that felt like a promise, a celebration, and a beginning all at once. When we finally broke apart, he whispered against my lips, "Ready for the next chapter." I looked at the ring on my finger, at the book display with my name on it, at the life I'd built from the ashes of who I'd thought I had to be. "With you? Always." The wedding took place on a perfect October afternoon in Central Park, the same park where Julian and I had walked hand in hand 6 months after my promotion, claiming our relationship publicly for the first time. Now, 18 months after that walk, We were standing beneath a canopy of autumn leaves, surrounded by the people who'd witnessed and supported our journey. The guest list was deliberately intimate, 150 people who actually mattered to us, rather than the society wedding Julian status could have commanded. Claire stood as my maid of honor, resplendent in emerald green. Julian's best man was his oldest friend, a fellow CEO who'd known him since his struggling startup days. But the moment that made my throat tight with emotion was seeing my mother walk down the aisle, tears streaming down her face, pride radiating from every inch of her being. "My baby," she'd whispered when she first saw me in my dress, a custom Caldwell design that Richard had insisted on creating personally, a stunning ivory gown with intricate beading that echoed the dress Maya Angelou had worn decades ago. "You look like a queen." "I feel like one, Mama." Now, standing across from Julian, his hands holding mine as the officiant spoke about partnership and growth and choosing each other daily, I felt the full weight of how much had changed since that day in the elevator when he'd first questioned why I was diminishing my own accomplishments. "Julian and Simone have chosen to write their own vows," the officiant said. "Julian, you may begin." Julian took a breath, his grey eyes holding mine with that intensity that still made my heart race after all these months. "Simone, when I met you, you were trying to make yourself invisible. You walked into that elevator minimizing your own brilliance to protect someone else's ego. And I saw something in that moment, not just your talent, which was obvious, but your potential. The possibility of who you could become if someone just held up a mirror and made you see what I saw." His voice roughened with emotion. "But what I didn't anticipate was that you'd do the same for me. That you'd remind me I was more than just a CEO, that success without genuine connection was empty, that I deserved a partner who challenged me instead of performed for me. You saved me, Simone, just as much as I like to think I helped save you." He squeezed my hands gently. "So today, I vow to keep seeing you clearly, not the performance, not the public persona, but the real you. The woman who overthinks everything, who still gets nervous before presentations even though you're brilliant, who cries at commercials and laughs at terrible puns. I vow to celebrate your success without feeling threatened, to support your dreams even when they're scary, and to love you through every transformation still to come. Because you're not done becoming who you're meant to be. And I want to be beside you for every iteration." I was crying openly now, not caring that my carefully applied makeup was surely running. "My turn?" I asked, my voice thick with emotion. The officiant nodded, smiling. I looked at Julian, this man who'd become my anchor, my champion, my home. "Julian," I had a whole speech prepared. It was eloquent and profound and perfectly crafted. But standing here now, I realize all of that was just me performing again. Trying to say the right thing instead of the true thing. I took a shaky breath. "The truth is simpler. You taught me I was worth fighting for. You showed me that love doesn't require me to shrink, that partnership means both people expanding rather than one person diminishing. You made space for my ambition, my mess, my growth, all of it, without asking me to choose which parts were acceptable." My voice steadied as I continued. "So I vow to keep choosing you, not because I need you to complete me, but because I want you beside me as I continue becoming more myself. I vow to love you not despite your workaholic tendencies and your occasional emotional guardedness, but as part of the whole complicated package. I vow to build a life with you that balances ambition and intimacy, professional excellence and personal joy, individual growth and shared dreams." I smiled through my tears. "And I vow to keep challenging you, surprising you, making you laugh even when you're trying to be serious. Because you deserve a partner, Julian. Not a performance. And that's what I promise to be, your partner, in everything, for the rest of our lives." The officiant declared us married, and Julian pulled me into a kiss that tasted like salt from our combined tears and felt like coming home. "I love you, Mrs. Cross," he whispered against my lips. "I love you too. Though professionally, I'm keeping Carter. Hope that's okay." He laughed. "I'd expect nothing less. Simone Carter Cross has a nice ring to it though. We'll workshop it." The reception was held at the Rainbow Room, the same place we'd had our first real date, where I'd worn Maya Angelou's dress and Julian had told me I was extraordinary. Tonight, the space was transformed with autumn flowers and candlelight, intimate despite its grandeur. Claire's toast made everyone cry. I've known my dad my whole life, obviously, and I've watched him succeed at everything except the one thing that actually matters, being happy. He built an empire, made billions, earned every accolade the business world offers. But he was lonely. going through the motions of a life that looked perfect but felt empty. She looked at me, her eyes glistening. And then Simone walked into his life, this brilliant, wounded, courageous woman who was just starting to remember her own worth. And something magical happened. They saved each other. She reminded him he was human. He reminded her she was extraordinary. And together, they built something neither of them could have built alone. Claire raised her glass. To Simone and Julian, who proved that the best love stories aren't about completing each other, but about inspiring each other to become more complete versions of yourselves. May you have 50 years of challenging each other, supporting each other, and making the rest of us believe in the possibility of genuine partnership. The toast was echoed by 150 voices, and I felt Julian's hand find mine under the table, our fingers interlacing with the ease of practice. Richard Caldwell spoke next, his toast focusing on how our relationship had transformed not just our personal lives but our professional impact. When Simone first presented the Caldwell campaign to me, she talked about legacy, about honoring the past while building the future. What she didn't realize was that she was describing not just my company, but her own life. She honored the woman she'd been while building the woman she was becoming. And Julian had the wisdom to recognize that and make space for it. He smiled at both of us. That campaign launched 18 months ago. Since then, Caldwell has seen a 63% increase in revenue, a complete cultural repositioning, and 3 industry awards for marketing excellence. But more importantly, we've created a scholarship fund that sent 12 young black women to fashion school. We've partnered with civil rights museums across the country. We've told stories that had been erased. Richard's voice grew thick with emotion. That's Simone's real legacy. Not just brilliant strategy, but meaningful change. And Julian, your legacy is recognizing that brilliance and getting out of its way. Together, you're proof that love and ambition don't have to be enemies. They can be allies. As the reception continued, dancing, laughter, the easy joy of people celebrating something real, I found myself stepping outside onto the terrace for a moment of quiet reflection. The Manhattan skyline stretched before me, glittering in the October darkness. Somewhere out there was the Sterling and Cross building where I'd fought my way from invisible to invaluable. Somewhere was the Caldwell flagship where I'd presented a campaign that changed an industry. Somewhere was the apartment building in Brooklyn where I'd cried over Trevor and rebuilt myself piece by piece. And here I was, 28 years old, CSO of a major marketing firm, best-selling author, married to a man who celebrated rather than envied my success. You okay? Julian's voice came from behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist as he joined me at the railing. More than okay. Just taking it all in. Trying to make it feel real. It's real. All of it. The success, the love, the life we're building, it's all real and all earned. Do you ever think about Trevor? I asked suddenly. About how different things would be if I'd stayed with him. Julian was quiet for a moment. Honestly, yes. I think about how close you came to disappearing completely into that relationship. How easily you could have convinced yourself that being low maintenance was worth the cost of your self-respect. He turned me to face him. And I think about how grateful I am that you found the courage to leave. Because if you'd stayed, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have written a book that's changing lives. You wouldn't be CSO. You wouldn't be mine. Speaking of Trevor, I pulled out my phone, showing him an email I'd received that morning. His parole hearing is next month. He'll have served 18 months of his 2-year sentence. The DA's office asked if I want to submit a statement opposing early release. Do you? I thought about it, really thought about whether I wanted Trevor to serve his full sentence or whether I was ready to let him rebuild his life. No, I decided. I don't want to oppose it. He's served enough time to understand consequences. Keeping him locked up longer won't undo the damage he did, and it won't make my success any more legitimate. I just want him to move on with his life while I move on with mine. Julian's expression was proud. That's a very evolved response. I learned it from you. You could have destroyed him completely, sued him into oblivion, blackballed him permanently. But you measured your response to match the transgression. You fought to protect me, but you didn't pursue vindictive overkill. Because revenge feels good in the moment but hollow long-term. Justice is what matters. And Trevor faced justice. Criminal charges, jail time, permanent professional consequences. That's enough. He pulled me closer, swaying gently to the music drifting from inside. Besides, The best revenge is living well. And Simone, you're not just living well. You're thriving. Every day you wake up successful and happy is a reminder that his attempt to diminish you failed spectacularly. We're thriving, I corrected. This isn't just my success. It's ours. Ours, he agreed, kissing me softly. Now come back inside. Our guests are waiting, and I believe I owe my wife a dance. The Sterling & Cross annual gala was the social event of the New York business calendar, a night when the company celebrated achievements, announced major initiatives, and reminded the industry why they remained at the top. Tonight was special for another reason. It marked my 2-year anniversary as CSO, and Julian had insisted on using the gala to announce something significant. I stood backstage in the Plaza Hotel's grand ballroom, adjusting my dress, another Caldwell creation, this one in deep sapphire that reminded me of the midnight blue gown Maya Angelou had worn. My book had been out for over a year now, sitting comfortably on bestseller lists and generating speaking requests I couldn't possibly fulfill. The second book in my contract, Leading While Learning, Navigating Career Acceleration Without Losing Yourself, was due to my publisher in 6 months, and I was already deep into writing it. Life was full, demanding, exhilarating, exhausting and wonderful in equal measure. Julian found me pacing nervously, and smiled at the familiar sight. Still get nervous before public speaking, even after 100 presentations. 147, actually. And yes, every single time. Good. That means it still matters. He straightened my necklace, the compass pendant he'd given me 2 years ago, which I still wore daily, ready to change some lives. What are we announcing exactly? You've been mysterious about this all week. His smile was secretive. You'll see. Trust me. We walked into the ballroom together, and I was struck by how normal this had become, standing beside Julian at company events as his wife and his CSO, 2 roles that complemented rather than complicated each other. The evening progressed through the usual formalities: awards for outstanding performance, recognition of major client wins, celebration of company growth. Sterling & Cross had had its best year ever, with revenue up 42% and industry recognition at an all-time high. Then Julian took the stage for his annual address. Thank you all for being here tonight. This has been an extraordinary year for Sterling & Cross, and that's entirely due to the talented people in this room. But tonight, I want to announce something that represents not just our company's present, but its future. He gestured to me. 2 years ago, I promoted Simone Carter to senior campaign strategist. 18 months ago, she became our youngest ever CSO. In that time, she's led campaigns that have won 16 industry awards, generated over $200 million in new business, and fundamentally changed how luxury brands think about representation and legacy. The room applauded, and I felt my cheeks flush. But beyond the impressive metrics, Simone has transformed our company culture. She's created mentorship programs that have supported the advancement of 43 women and minorities into leadership positions. She's implemented accountability measures that ensure credit goes to the people who actually do the work. And she's made Sterling & Cross a place where talent is recognized regardless of age, race, or gender. Julian paused, and I saw something shift in his expression, something momentous coming. Which is why, effective January 1st, I'm stepping down as CEO. The room erupted in shocked murmurs. I nearly fell off my chair. We hadn't discussed this. He'd never mentioned. I'm not leaving the company, Julian continued, his voice carrying over the noise. I'm transitioning to chairman of the board, focusing on strategic vision and major client relationships. Because I've realized something, Sterling & Cross needs leadership that reflects the future we're building. And that future is diverse, innovative, and unafraid of challenging industry norms. He looked directly at me. I'm recommending to the board that Simone Carter Cross be appointed as our next CEO. Subject to board approval, which I'm confident she'll receive, she'll take over operational leadership on January 1st. The room exploded, applause, gasps, people turning to stare at me with expressions ranging from shock to admiration to skepticism. I sat frozen, my mind unable to process what I'd just heard. CEO. Julian was recommending me for CEO. At 29 years old. He returned to our table and crouched beside my chair. Breathe, Simone. You're not breathing. You. CEO. We didn't discuss. Julian, what? I know. I wanted it to be a surprise. And before you spiral into self-doubt, The board has already approved it. They voted yesterday. Unanimously. This announcement is a formality. But I'm 29. And you're the most brilliant strategist I've ever worked with. Age is irrelevant. Competence is what matters. People will say I only got it because I'm married to you. People will always say something. But your track record speaks for itself. 2 years as CSO with measurable, documented success. Industry recognition. Client retention at 93%. Revenue growth that exceeded every projection. He took my hands. You've earned this, Simone. Not because of me, but because you're exceptional. I looked around the room, at the faces of colleagues who'd watched my journey, at Eleanor who was beaming with pride, at Gerald Morrison who was actually giving me a standing ovation, at Claire, who was crying and mouthing I'm so proud of you. At the life I'd built through courage and refusal to shrink. Okay, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Okay, I'll do it. That's my girl. Though technically, you're my boss now. Should I start calling you Ms. CEO? I laughed despite my shock. You can call me whatever you want. Preferably wife since we're married. How about the love of my life who happens to be the youngest CEO in Sterling & Cross history? That works too. The corner office on the 20th floor of Sterling & Cross had been redecorated to reflect my style, less austere than Julian's minimalist approach, with bookshelves full of novels alongside business texts, photos of Julian and me from our travels, and framed covers of my 3 published books. Uncredited had sold over 1 million copies. Leading While Learning had hit #1 on the New York Times list. And my 3rd book, Partnership, Building Professional and Personal Success Together, was about to release next month, co-written with Julian and focused on how couples navigated dual career relationships. I was 32 years old, had been CEO for 3 years, and Sterling & Cross had grown from a respected firm to the industry leader under my tenure. We'd opened offices in London, Tokyo, and Sao Paulo. Our client roster included half of the Fortune 500. And most importantly, we'd maintained the culture shifts I'd implemented: mentorship, accountability, diversity not as a buzzword but as actual practice. But today wasn't about work. Today was about something infinitely more important. I sat in my office, staring at the small white stick on my desk that had just changed everything. Pregnant. Julian and I had been trying for 6 months, and I'd started to wonder if the stress of the CEO role was affecting my fertility. But apparently not. I heard his footsteps in the hallway. He still kept an office here as chairman, showing up 3 days a week to work on strategic initiatives and mentor young executives. We'd learned to balance our roles, keeping professional and personal appropriately separate while still supporting each other's success. Simone, you wanted to see me. He poked his head in, then noticed my expression. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I held up the pregnancy test. Julian crossed the room in 3 strides, taking the stick and staring at it like it held the secrets of the universe. Are you? We're having a baby. His face transformed, pure joy and wonder and a touch of terror. A baby. We're having a baby. Are you okay? You look like you might faint. I'm 56 years old. I thought my days of midnight feedings and diaper changes were behind me. But his smile was enormous, his eyes wet. But with you? I want to do it all again. Every sleepless night, every milestone, all of it. He pulled me into his arms, holding me like I was something precious and fragile. You're going to be an amazing mother. I'm terrified. What if I'm terrible at it? What if I can't balance CEO and motherhood? What if? What if you give yourself permission to figure it out as you go, just like you've figured out everything else? Julian pulled back to look at me. Simone, you've built a career from nothing, survived betrayal, written best-selling books, led a major company, and maintained your integrity through all of it. You can handle parenthood. We can handle it together, I corrected. Together. Always. I stood before the same group of business reporters who'd attended my Caldwell press conference 4 years ago, my pregnant belly now prominently visible beneath my custom maternity suit. The announcement had been carefully planned. Sterling & Cross was launching a comprehensive parental leave and support program. 6 months paid leave for all employees regardless of gender or parental status, on-site childcare, flexible work arrangements, and mentorship for working parents. This initiative was inspired by personal experience, I said, one hand resting on my belly. As CEO, I have resources most employees don't: the ability to hire help, flexibility in my schedule, a supportive partner who's also my professional colleague. But most working parents don't have those advantages. So we're creating structural support that makes parenting and professional excellence compatible rather than competing. A reporter raised her hand. Ms. Carter Cross, some critics have suggested that your pregnancy proves women can't handle C-suite pressure. How do you respond? I smiled. The question was predictable and almost amusing in its outdated assumptions. I respond by pointing out that I'm still here, still leading, still driving record growth while growing a human being. Pregnancy doesn't diminish competence, it demonstrates the incredible capacity women have to manage multiple complex demands simultaneously. If anything, it makes me better at my job. I'm more efficient, more focused, more determined to build a company culture that supports the whole person, not just the worker. I leaned forward slightly. And I'd ask this: do we question male CEOs' competence when they become fathers? Do we assume that having a family makes men less capable of leadership? No. We celebrate it. So let's apply the same standard across genders. Parenthood doesn't disqualify you from professional excellence. It just requires structural support, which is exactly what we're providing. The press conference continued, but that clip, my response about pregnancy and competence, went viral within hours. By evening, it had been shared hundreds of thousands of times, sparking conversations about working motherhood, double standards, and corporate responsibility. Julian found me in my office afterward, exhausted but satisfied. "You just changed the conversation again," he said, sitting beside me on the couch. "Every major outlet is running your quote. Stock price is up 3% because investors love the progressive policies. And I've gotten 17 emails from other CEOs asking how to implement similar programs." Good. Maybe we can start a trend of actually supporting working parents instead of just paying lip service to work-life balance. He placed his hand over mine on my belly, and we sat like that for a moment, feeling our daughter kick. "Have you thought more about names?" he asked. "Actually, yes. I want to name her Adana." Julian looked at me, understanding immediately. "Your middle name. The one your mother gave you. It means father's daughter in Igbo. But it also means precious, valued. And I want our daughter to know from day one that she's precious, not because of what she accomplishes or how she looks or who she pleases, but because she exists. Because she's ours. Adana Cross. I love it." He kissed my temple. "What about a middle name?" "I was thinking, Claire. After the woman who welcomed me into your family and showed me what resilient strength looks like." Julian's eyes glistened with emotion. "Adana Claire Cross. She's going to be extraordinary. She's going to be herself. That's all I want for her, the freedom to be fully herself without apology. Then we'll raise her that way. Show her what partnership looks like, what mutual respect means, what it means to value substance over performance." We sat together as the Manhattan skyline darkened into evening, planning for a daughter who would grow up seeing her mother lead a major company while her father supported rather than resented her success. Who would learn that love and ambition could coexist, that professional excellence and personal fulfillment weren't opposing forces. Who would never have to shrink herself to fit someone else's comfort zone. The Sterling and Cross 10th anniversary gala under my leadership was held at the same Plaza Ballroom where Julian had announced my CEO appointment. But tonight, the crowd was celebrating something else: the announcement that Sterling and Cross had been named the #1 marketing firm in the world by industry publication Adweek. I stood at the podium, 7 years into my CEO tenure, with my daughter Adana sitting in the front row beside Julian and Claire. At 5 years old, Adana was already showing signs of her parents' personalities: Julian's quiet intensity and my refusal to accept limitations. Last week, she'd informed her kindergarten teacher that girls could be astronauts and CEOs and mothers all at the same time because my mama does lots of things. The teacher had sent home a note saying Adana was challenging traditional curriculum. I'd framed it. "Thank you all for being here tonight," I said, looking out at the crowd. 10 years ago, I stood in a very different room, a hotel conference room where I was about to present a campaign that could make or break my career. I was 26 years old, had been promoted just days earlier, and was terrified that everyone would see me as a fraud who'd gotten lucky rather than someone who'd earned her place. I paused, seeing younger versions of myself in several faces in the audience: the rising executives, the women of color navigating predominantly white spaces, the people who'd been taught to minimize themselves. If I could go back and tell that 26-year-old Simone anything, I'd tell her this: stop apologizing. Stop shrinking. Stop waiting for permission to be extraordinary. Because the world doesn't give women, especially black women, permission to take up space. You have to claim it. Demand it. Defend it when people try to take it back. I looked at Julian, who was watching me with the same pride I'd seen in his eyes for 7 years. But I'd also tell her that claiming your space doesn't mean doing it alone. That the right partner celebrates your success rather than feeling threatened by it. That love and ambition can be allies when both people are committed to each other's growth. I gestured to the room. Sterling and Cross became the #1 firm in the world not because we had the biggest budgets or the flashiest campaigns, but because we built a culture where talent is recognized regardless of demographics. Where credit goes to the people who do the work. Where parents can actually parent without sacrificing careers. Where authenticity is valued over performance. I pulled out a piece of paper, the same victim impact statement I'd written for Trevor's sentencing 7 years ago. I've carried this with me for 7 years. It's the statement I wrote about the impact of workplace harassment, about having my work stolen, about being made to feel invisible. I kept it as a reminder of where I came from, what I survived, how far I'd traveled. I held it up, then ceremonially tore it in half. But tonight, I'm letting it go. Not because the experience didn't matter, but because it no longer defines me. I'm not the woman who was victimized. I'm not the woman who had to fight for recognition. I'm simply the woman I was always meant to be, leading, creating, building, loving, being fully myself without apology. I looked at Adana in the front row. That's what I want for the next generation. Not stories of surviving toxicity, but stories of thriving in environments that actually support excellence. Not battles for basic respect, but celebrations of achievement. Not having to choose between career and family, but building lives that honor both. The room erupted in applause. After the speech, I made my way through the crowd, accepting congratulations and discussing future initiatives, until I finally reached my family. Adana threw herself into my arms. "Mama, you were so good. You talked for a long time without notes." "Practice, baby. Lots and lots of practice." Julian pulled us both into a hug, and Claire joined us, and we stood there, this family we'd built from courage and refusal to settle and choosing each other daily. "I'm proud of you," Julian whispered. "Always. But especially tonight. We did this together. All of it. We did. And we're not done yet." He was right. We weren't done. There were more campaigns to create, more lives to change, more barriers to break, more moments to share. But standing there surrounded by the people I loved most, in the career I'd built through refusal to shrink, I realized something profound. I'd started this journey trying to prove I was enough. And I'd ended it simply being enough, not because I'd achieved every goal or answered every doubt, but because I'd stopped performing worthiness and started living it. That was the real victory. Not the CEO title, not the best-selling books, not the industry recognition, but the quiet, certain knowledge that I was exactly who I was meant to be. And that was extraordinary enough. Thank you for watching this video to the end. I am pretty sure you enjoyed it. We have a lot of other interesting and beautiful stories lined for you already, so click on the image showing on your screen to watch the next one.